All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Put a one in the chat if you can hear me. Put a one in the chat. Top of the morning. Top of the morning. Put a one in the chat, ladies and gentlemen, if you can hear me. Microphone check one, two. Microphone check. Put a one in the chat, ladies and gentlemen, if you can hear me. Put a one in the chat. How's my sound, everyone? How's my sound? Yeah, the audio should be crystal clear. It should be loud and clear, ladies and gentlemen. We sort of upgraded. So hopefully it sounds good. Stereo. Yes. I would say I hope everyone has had a great weekend, but we're in hump day. Today is hump day, ladies and gentlemen, and I don't know what's going to unfold in the courtroom today, but there's been some interesting things happening over the last couple of days with the arrest of one of the defendant's mother, the mother and sister, and that's Mr. Huey. Mr. Huey's mother and sister has been arrested for allegedly bribing a sheriff deputy, a now terminated sheriff deputy who is now in custody. And from what I'm told, she was moving weight in the jail facility. So this is just a never ending turnover of events involving individuals involved in the YSL trial. But we are going to see what may come out of what happened in this new arrest involving one of the defendants. And how will this impact Young Thug? How will this impact the other defendants? Because it seems like the criminality hasn't stopped since these individuals, some of these individuals, one in particular, has, and he's presumed innocent, and that's Mr. Huey. But this is not a good look. This is definitely not a good look, and we'll have to see. But we also got to talk about the newest motion that DA Love filed, and I want to say she might be coming at the judge in this interesting new motion. She wants the judge to allow her to introduce relevant evidence. But my question is, what is relevant and to whom that relevant information is for? So the judge will obviously have to take up this. And I don't know how this is going to play out, but it does seem like DA Love is coming for the judge. No different than how the defense came from Judge Glanville. So basically, she ain't pulling back. She's watching what's happening on social media. She's watching what the response is, how the judge is talking to her, and she's also fighting for the citizens of Georgia. And I don't know how this is going to play out, ladies and gentlemen, but I'm interested to see how the judge responds. Is she going to tone down her rulings against the state, or is she going to turn up? Listen, there's a fake Twitter page, a troll Twitter account that is purported to be of DA Love. I don't believe that's DA Love. While it is verified, and she needs to get that page shut down because it's not a good reflection on DA Love. She's actually commented on one of my tweets as well. So we're going to see how this plays out. But ladies and gentlemen, I am actually happy to be able to talk with you guys today in stereo, and we're going to see how this plays out. Waiting for the judge to take the bench. Stand by.
Honorable Judge Page, Reese Whitaker presiding.
Good morning. Everybody can be seated.
It's about to go down.
All right. We have a lot of issues to get through on our non-jury days for the next few days. Take the easy ones first. The state's motion in limine about overruling whatever objection the defense might ever
Get it? Might ever.
offer to evidence on the basis of 403 waste of time and the defense response in opposition there too. I am
She's going to deny it.
ruling for the defense on that one for all of the reasons stated in Mr. Weinstein's response in opposition.
I knew it. I knew it, ladies and gentlemen.
Takes care of that one. The motion in limine by the state to revisit the
Look at the
court's
smiles.
ruling excluding State's Exhibit 52AY. I have considered that, and I will not be changing my ruling on that. The couple of uncharged post-indictment intrinsic acts that were still outstanding. I've got one question on the circumstance that involved Mr. Ryan and the fight. One, and I can't remember which co-defendant, but there was a co-defendant who entered a guilty plea and attested to a conversation having been had about protecting a YSL member in the jail and hurting somebody else. What was that about? Do y'all remember that?
But
Did that have
D. Williams,
anything
it's your
to do
time,
with
D.
this?
Williams.
Or were
No,
those unrelated?
that was before this.
Okay, all right. Okay, so the court has determined that neither the Ryan situation nor the alleged passing of Percocet to defendant Williams in court meet the requirements to be an intrinsic act. And so I am not going to admit either of those. And I've also reconsidered, thought again about my ruling.
I'm in the
ruling
media room,
out,
ladies and gentlemen. I'm in the media room.
The Stillwell situation of some contraband being in his cell, and I'm going to stand on my ruling with regard to that as well.
DA Love tried to judge.
One question I saw in my notes, something about the search for Attorney Johnson, the search of Attorney Johnson's laptop, and something that Defendant Williams had requested with regard to that. Can you, Mr. Steele, refresh my memory on what that was about?
Yes, can I have just 1 second?
Sure.
And those who don't remember, Attorney Johnson was early on in the trial where a judge gave him a writing assignment as well. So, but he's not in it. I spoke to Attorney Johnson about 2 weeks ago. Here comes Brian Steele.
Your Honor,
Yes.
the court, good morning, Your
Good
Honor.
morning.
Can I make a statement to the court without the prosecutors here and without the media, so it would be on a sealed record? And then if you believe it should not be sealed, obviously I will repeat it, or you can have Ms. Winfrey read it back. But I believe that in an abundance of caution.
Come on up.
Okay.
And this is very important because there were things on Mr. Johnson's laptop that, if told to the public, may prejudice Mr. Williams. So this is interesting. This is very interesting. Let's see what the judge says. This might have to be an in-camera discussion. Stand by. I want to give a special shout out to super producer Shorty Red, who is a regular watcher of our channel. And what he's done, ladies and gentlemen, I want you guys to know who Shorty Red is. And I'm sure a lot of you guys know. But Shorty Red is the super producer who has produced some of the biggest hits for Young Jeezy and Gucci Man. He has gifted Hip Hop Inquirer with the best audio gift that one can receive from a super producer. With that said, how's my sound, ladies and gentlemen? How's my sound? Shout out to Shorty Red. Shorty Red on the track. Shorty Red has a song out with Snoop Dogg. It's an old school song. Well, not really old school, but it's called Sexual Seduction. He let me hear the remix version that he hasn't released yet. And when I tell you, ladies and gentlemen, that project is going to go out of here. But shout out to Shorty Red. I had the opportunity to spend time in the studio with him yesterday, and he was telling me, hey, Mr. Byron, stand by.
All right, so I appreciate that, Mr. Steele, and that can be sealed to the extent this record ever goes anywhere.
Makes good sense because they have accused Attorney Johnson of acting in concert with his client.
All right, I know that there are some things outstanding that concern Mr. Ryan, and there's been a request that that be handled tomorrow instead of today. That's fine. So I'll set that aside for now. I appreciate everybody submitting case law on the issue of whether the RICO conspiracy can be established based on an overt act that's not alleged in the indictment. Frankly, it's a lot of stuff to read, and since some of the submissions were late last night, or basically all throughout the day yesterday, I have not read all of that, so we'll take that up at some other time, and that's really more of an end of trial issue for us anyway. Okay. I think we're ready to argue and consider the motion in limine. What was it, 62, I guess? All right.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes. Thanks.
Your Honor, I just handed this honorable court and the parties, although I ran out of copies, I just gave it to Mr. Matthews. The case I cited in motion limiting number 62, Ebersole, E-B-E-R-S-O-L-E versus State. It's 371 Georgia Appeal, 520. It's in Division 1C as in Colette. It's 901 Southeast 2D, 572, 2024 case. And Your Honor, what happened in our case previously, and I understand this honorable court was not with us, but the prosecution through ATF agent Racy was testifying. He was at one time with Cobb County Police Department, and he was the lead detective on a case against Mr. Jimmy Winfrey, and that is in Cobb County case number 15-9-2765. And he was asked by Prosecutor Hilton about a jail call. And the jail call had something to the effect of, when Mr. Winfrey comes home, he will be given a Porsche and $250,000. It was something to that effect. And Ms. Hilton then asked Detective Racy, within approximately a month from that time, that jail call that the jurors just heard, did in fact Mr. Winfrey enter a guilty plea? I objected. That guilty plea was vacated and found to be coerced by the Georgia Supreme Court in Winfrey, W-I-N-F-R-E-Y versus State, 304 Georgia, 94, 816 Southeast 2D 613, 2018. And it says specifically in that case that that guilty plea is void, is null, and cannot be used for any purpose. We approached the predecessor judge, and he said he didn't know about that case. It's all on the record. It was at the bench. And I said, well, here's the site. And he said, well, I'm not going to read it. And I said, well, I'm going to cross him on it, and I'm going to subpoena the lawyers. And I put them on my witness list who entered that plea. And I have a certified copy of the Supreme Court opinion vacating it. And the predecessor judge said I couldn't do any of that. Ms. Hilton then came back to the podium and asked Agent Racy the next series of questions. Well, was that plea, for whatever reason, vacated? And a short time later, did Mr. Winfrey enter a guilty plea? I again objected. I was not allowed to go into it. The essence of this motion, number 62 of Mr. Williams, is I believe that that's already a constitutional violation. So it has to be harmless beyond a reasonable doubt. Because
Was there any kind of instruction?
no, it was, I can't cross on it. Mr. Matthews can't cross on it. We were all barred. And it came out that way, that Mr. Winfrey pled guilty. And this dealt with the April 26, 2015 tour bus shooting of a gentleman named Dwayne Carter. He's a phenomenal artist, musical artist, known as Lil Wayne. So the state gets that in. Now, the predecessor judge did keep out the indictment on my objection, because the indictment names as co-conspirators, unindicted co-conspirators, Mr. Williams in that event, and it was a RICO count. The further objection was that Mr. Winfrey, he didn't really plead guilty. This is the most favorable Alford plea, and I attached it to Mr. Williams' number 62 that, that I have seen, where the predecessor judge specifically, excuse me, not the predecessor judge, Judge Staley, it's S-T-A-L-E-Y, and it's Staley Clark, C-L-A-R-K, Cobb County Superior Court. She specifically acknowledges that this is not a guilty plea. This is a best interest plea. He's not entering a admission of guilt. The Honorable Steve Sadow, which is Steve, S-T-E-V-E, and Sadow is S-A-D-O-W, was the lawyer. He specifically said that we are doing this just because it's been 5 years and Mr. Winfrey
Right.
wants to get out of custody. And I attached that, and I have a certified copy of that Alford plea. Anyway, the way it came in was so wrong, and we had cases that we were citing to the predecessor judge explaining that a person who's not testifying, the fact that they pled guilty, people plead guilty for any numerous reasons, should not be allowed to come in against Mr. Williams and the others here. So going forward, I put this on this court, honorable court's radar, because it is my belief and understanding, and if it's not going to happen, that's great, that Mr. Kendrick has pled guilty to being in a criminal street gang, specifically YSL, when he was with Mr. Martinez-Arnold. Martinez-Arnold is going to be a witness, but he did not plead guilty to that charge. And it's my understanding that the state intends to have an exhibit, a certified copy of the guilty plea of Mr. Kendrick. And that should not come in against Mr. Williams or any of the other people here
All right.
for the same
Let
reason.
me stop and ask the state, is your position that it comes in against anybody other than Mr. Kendrick?
I don't believe that a certified copy of Kendrick's conviction would be admissible against another defendant besides Kendrick. And additionally, we intentionally did not tender the certified for Jimmy Winfrey.
For Mr. Winfrey?
Correct.
Yeah.
The
No.
court did not preclude us. We did not tender it.
Right. Okay, so is it the state's position that not the certified copy of the conviction, but the fact of Mr. Kendrick pleading guilty?
She didn't even answer the question.
It was gang activity and the gang being YSL. What's the state's position on that with regard to that information coming in on anybody else?
I think that his guilty plea, the fact of his guilty plea
Doesn't
is
matter.
against him, and I don't believe that it's admissible in normal cases against anyone else. In this circumstance, I also don't believe that it is. At this time, I don't believe the cases that I've read suggest that it would not be admissible against another defendant. That's
All right. I mean, I think that's generally correct. So I know I think I've mentioned before needing a limiting instruction. And I know we're not quite at that stage yet, but I don't know when you intend to introduce that. And
not for the next 2 weeks, I believe.
okay, well, can you go ahead and be trying to put together whatever appropriate limiting instruction there would be? And then I would think that the position of both the defense and the state would be the same with regard to Mr. Ryan's murder jury verdict.
Right. Well, yeah, I know that the court, I know we addressed it I know we addressed it.
Stand by, ladies and gentlemen. We had a slight feed delay. Stand by. Stand by.
I know we addressed it. I know we addressed it. I know we addressed it. I know we addressed it.
You know, that I have seen where the excuse me, not the predecessor judge, Judge Staley, it's Clark, C-L-A-R-K, Cobb County Superior Court, she specifically acknowledges that this is not a guilty plea. This is a best interest plea. He's not.
And I know we're not quite at that stage.
I know we addressed it.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is coming from the courtroom. Apparently, there's some type of internet connection. It is coming from the courtroom. Apparently, there's some type of we getting internet. We getting feedback. I'm sorry. Okay, so it's coming from the courtroom. We should have it corrected. We're gonna have to switch servers, not servers, but connection. But there is a problem with the feed. Uh, it's of no doing on myself, but we're going to try to correct it. So please stand by, because they got right now they got Miss Love stuck. But stand by, please stand by.
And then we have a basically a motion and supplemental motion, joint motion to exclude evidence that y'all have also run down what you agree to and what you don't agree to. The things that there is no agreement on right now, is that something we can litigate today?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Okay, let's turn to that then. And would it be helpful to access the Dropbox for that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
We're back. We are back.
I think she's.
Link was sent October 8th at 11:36 by Mr. Adkins. And y'all may have it before then as well.
And Your Honor, just to be clear, when, for example, if that motion, paragraph 3 in that Dropbox link, they follow the same numbering. So the
Okay.
court, counsel should all be able to easily find what we're addressing because the
Okay.
numbering is identical to Mr. Steele's motion.
All right.
Man, now they saying my sound is too loud. What is it? Put a 1 in the chat, ladies and gentlemen, if you can hear me. If you're on Twitter, come on over to YouTube and join the conversation.
Well, I don't know where it is. I know I got it, but.
Shout out to our stream sponsor, super producer Shorty Red. Shorty Red on the track. Shorty Red on the track. Mr. Sexual Seduction, Shorty Red. The super producer behind some of the greatest hits by Young Jeezy and Gucci Man. This is a hip hop required exclusive.
All right, I guess we will, if everybody's got the link up, we can just start at the beginning with item number 1. All right, and what's the relevance purpose of image 623?
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, this image 623 is a gun that was found underneath a mattress when one of the co-conspirators, Antonio Sumlin, was arrested in the May or April of 2022, Your Honor. And we believe that this picture is relevant to show that this one of the YSL co-conspirators, the nature of this enterprise. One of the things that we allege in our preamble to the indictment is that YSL maintains armed individuals ready and willing to preserve, protect, and enhance the reputation, power, and territory of the enterprise. And the fact that he had this gun in the bedroom that he was in underneath his bed, we believe is relevant to show that.
All right. And who's going to be arguing these for the defense? Sure, I mean, that's fine. All right, whomever is going to take this portion.
Your Honor, it was explained in our case law that our gang statute was modeled after our RICO statute. And I cite the case to the court And I did not bring extra copies. I apologize. Alexander, Alexander versus State. It's 371 Georgia Appeal, 532. It's in Division 2, 901 Southeast 2D, 584, 2024 case. And what our second highest court explains is that it is essential that the state, I'm quoting, demonstrate that the commission of the predicate act was intended to further the interests of the gang. So this is a gang count, and the appellate court held that just doing some crime or having some gang paraphernalia, or in this case, a gun under the bed, that's not enough to say that this furthers the interests of the gang. There's no nexus. And here, the state has continually put into evidence people associating with other people. This is Mr. Sumlin,
Mm-hmm.
correct? Who I believe is going to testify.
Okay.
And just the fact that he has drugs or guns or slogans of violence, I'm not saying he does, but you have to show that somehow that gun or that act somehow affected, and there was a nexus to the trial that's going on. The state has other pictures of him with guns. So I also say it's cumulative and unnecessary evidence. But that's my
Okay.
argument.
All right.
Can we get a site again, Your Honor? Can we get that?
The site to Alexander.
Yeah, 871 Georgia S 532.
Thank you.
And Your Honor, we don't have any other pictures of Mr. Sumlin with guns that we intend. Sorry, if you can't hear me, I'm sorry. We don't have any other, and I'm just confirming, but I don't believe we have any other pictures of Mr. Sumlin with guns. This is the only picture we have, and that's because he was arrested with this. Again, the weapon was underneath his mattress when he was arrested.
Check out DA Hilton's Bob. She is
All right.
killing it.
Well, I mean, it's ultimately a jury determination whether they believe that he had this gun to further gang purposes. But I think in terms of what needs to be shown for the state to secure its admission, that's been satisfied. So to the extent you do not have pictures of him with guns already, then I would admit it. But if you do, then I'm going to exclude it as cumulative.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, and then subfolder 3, I guess.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and these are pictures of his various tattoos.
Yes, Your Honor, and we actually narrowed down the pictures. So the numbers that are listed, Your Honor, in our synopsis, those 10 pictures
Okay.
show specific tattoos on his person, which are different tattoos that we believe are relevant. So one tattoo has YSL, another tattoo has Salon Life with a snake. Another tattoo has the 5-point star. Another has a tattoo of a die or two
A what?
dice
Okay.
with 5 the black dots. And let's see. So
So that's 5. What are the other 5?
other tattoos. So one has the the number 5 with a fire again. We believe that 5 signifies blood, that he's a member of the Bloods.
Okay, so why don't you pick one of the 5 tattoos and whichever one of those. So dice, fire, plain 5, y'all pick one.
But they're all different symbols.
I
of
know,
Teshuvah.
I understand.
Okay, so you want for the representation of 5, you want to pick one thing that represents 5?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. The other ones have Macon and Cleveland, which is him talking about Cleveland Avenue, or Cleveland Avenue being Cleveland. So that's not included in the 5 that you're.
That's tell me what tattoo that is. Which image is that? So how about the overall one? Do you need that if you're going to be zooming in on?
The overall, so you can see that it's him in the picture, so that's why we had the overall one.
Okay.
And that picture is taken further away, so you can't.
Okay, well then, do you need the next one then?
So the next one after 641 is 642, where you can, and let me make sure, because it's 642 where you can see the.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a special
Mhm.
surprise. We have a special surprise for you right now. Stand by.
Katie baby, so you can see that more prominent.
Mm-hmm.
Then we skip to.
Once they turn their
648,
lights on, we have a
which is,
special surprise.
2 5-point stars in the lower part of his stomach. Then 649 is the 5 with the fire. 652 is the beast, which we believe symbolizes blood as well. The bee is underneath the beehive
Mm-hmm.
on top of the paw.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Before,
I told you we are in stereo today, but I didn't really go into how significant this is today for us. But without any further ado, ladies and gentlemen, I want to bring up Grammy-nominated super producer Shorty Red on the track. Ladies and gentlemen, please give this young man a warm welcome for being on this platform today. Shorty Red, how are you, Shorty Red?
What's happening? What's happening? Good morning.
Good
Or
morning.
good afternoon, or whatever it is. I don't know. You know, I be in the studio. What's happening?
How's the sound, Shorty Red? How's the sound?
You sound good. You know, you sound good today.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to know that I've known this super producer for
So it
close to
seems to
20
me
years,
that
and he came in the clutch for us.
if you have in
He's a
number 1, the
master of
show it's fun,
sound.
and then number 2,
He's a
you
master
can
of
see
music.
a whole lot of
He
the
is a
Hey
friend to the
Baby, the
channel.
YSL.
Shorty Red, I know you could be anywhere else, but
all
you're here
kind
with
of
us
other
today.
things
And I
just by
appreciate the
zooming out
love
on
you're
that
showing
one.
to Hip Hop Inquirer and to the listeners.
But in the back,
Yes, sir. I appreciate the love back. You
Ladies
dig?
and gentlemen, Shorty Red on the track. Listen,
So you're
I
gonna-
told him, but I didn't tell him
Alright.
too much. I told him I heard a track from you yesterday, a remix. And when I say it was
And
phenomenal,
who's going to
I
testify
cannot wait
to
till you
this?
release it.
He's
Oh, yeah,
gonna
it's
be
coming.
there.
It's coming.
Yeah, these are my
Ladies and
tattoos,
gentlemen,
and here's what they mean.
back to the trial. Thank you, Shorty
Or
Red.
just,
We're going to
yeah,
talk
these
soon.
are my
Thank you.
tattoos.
All right.
He'll give his version, but we also have a gang expert who are familiar with these tattoos.
Shout out to Southside. Thank you for the super sticker. Thank you.
Okay, well. Just pick one rendition of the 5s and use that. You don't need all 3 of them. All right. Going on to the next folder, there's a 911 call. Okay, what's that?
So Your Honor, there's a single 911 call and a CAD report. There was a shooting the night before at Waters Road, and the caller notices that her vehicle window is shot out the day that she's making this call.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's a brief 911 call where she's calling to let them know that her car window has been shot out. She doesn't know who shot her car window out, but she's calling the police when she walks outside and notices her vehicle in her driveway with the window shot out from a bullet.
Mm-hmm.
And so the objection was confrontation clause and hearsay because it's not an ongoing emergency. The state's position is it's not a confrontation clause issue because she is not making this phone call for purposes of future prosecution. She doesn't even know who did it or give her thoughts of who might have done it. And in terms of hearsay, although the shooting itself happens prior to her walking out and seeing her window, the state feels that on there's two reasons of a hearsay exception. One being a present sense impression in terms of she walks outside and notices her car window is shattered from a bullet and she calls 911. And two, in her mind, even though her demeanor on the call, which is not dispositive of if it's an excited utterance or not, but seeing your car window shot out is to me something that would reasonably generate some level of excitement in a reasonable person. And so she's very calm on the call in terms of her voice, but the state feels that either a present sense impression and or an excited utterance for calling the police satisfies the hearsay exception. And that's the state's position in terms of the 911 audio, Your Honor.
Okay, and then is the Waters Road shooting, there's other evidence of that, right?
So, Your Honor, there's multiple shootings at that address.
Okay, the Waters Road shooting from March 12th, 2022.
Yes, Your Honor. And so this 911 call and her CAD report, when she calls to report her window being shot, is the court asking if we're going to call the responding officer who went to examine her car or?
No, I mean, the evidence is in or is going to be in that there was a shooting at Waters Road on March 12th, 2023. I guess I'm wondering because of the length of this trial already and it's apparent, I mean, we're going to have to talk about how much longer y'all think this is going to take. But what does it add, I guess, that somebody else's window got shot out?
So Your Honor, this is all intimately wrapped into the Chanel Drinks murder, where Mr. Ford and Mr. McMiller are murdered by who YSL believes is YFN members, if gang members, the same group in 2022 that's tethered to Donovan Thomas's group in 2015 and the murder we're on currently. And what the wiretaps we played earlier, where there was conversation, and by earlier, I mean a couple weeks ago, where there was guns in the attic,
Yeah.
when they're all hiding and they're running outside, and we played that is Waters Road. So there's a number of shootings that we believe was from YFN at YSL. And so this 911 call is a innocent victim of that in terms of not the intended target whose window is shot out and calls
Okay.
police. And her, I believe, either boyfriend or husband, Mr. Whetstone, is going to be a witness we will be calling. So the state wanted to, this chronological or timeline is important. It's a brief 911 call, and there's obviously an accompanying CAD report. So the state feels that it's relevant for the jury because they need to understand this sequence of events in terms of the back and forth shooting and what transpires.
Okay, but do they need to know that somebody who had their car parked on the street or wherever it was parked, a stray bullet hit them?
It's right.
It hit their car, not them, their car.
So, Your Honor, in terms of the relevancy and the low legal standard of it,
I'm not saying it's not relevant. Do you need it?
the state believes we do, and it's.
Okay, y'all are gonna have to start picking some stuff that you just, I mean, this case can't go on forever. It feels like it's going on forever, but there's got to be something that y'all can say, you know what, I think we ought to be able to prove our case without that. And this kind of seems like one of those things. And I know that there's not, there may or may not, well, I think there's just kind of a standing cumulative waste of time objection by the defense. But I, as the court, trying to the extent possible, manage this litigation, am raising that sua sponte to the extent that there's not a defense objection. Is this something that, I mean, even whomever, the boyfriend or the husband coming in to testify to it, I mean, if you are establishing the Waters Road shooting anyway, which you are.
Yes, Your Honor.
It just doesn't seem like this is really necessary.
Your Honor, I understand I'm struggling for a response because in terms of it's difficult for me to say what is necessary versus, what is relevant and admissible in terms of, and useful for the jury in making their decision. What is necessary in a case is a hard question to answer.
I know.
And so the state Ms. Latner's is testifying. When this comes up, Ms. Latner's will be addressing a number of 911 calls and CAD reports that all tether and are connected with this timeline of events. And so the state felt that in terms of brevity or this short 911 call and CAD report anchors the timeline for the jury and is helpful. The state's not intending on calling the officer who responded to check her
that's
window.
Good. Okay.
And so the state felt that this was I believe Ms. Latner's could testify about these two items in probably under 5 minutes.
She probably can, but 5 minutes here and 5 minutes there and 10 minutes the other place. If she's already going to be testifying to 911 calls that came in closer to time, is she going to be doing that?
She's going to be handling a number of 911 calls and CADs, Your Honor, that tether both the Shamel Drinks murder, the murder of Mr. Ford and Mr. McMiller, and the multiple shootings at Waters Road, one of which this is a 911 call in response.
So is there going to be other evidence that either has come in or will come in that this shooting at Waters Road occurred on March 12th of 2022?
One brief moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
So, Your Honor, currently, because the state intended to play this CAD and 911 call, we are not calling other witnesses to discuss this specific day.
Which is the day after.
March 12th, correct, Your Honor. So currently, in terms of the state's witness list and what the state intended to introduce, this 911 in CAD.
This is the way y'all are introducing that the shooting occurred at Waters Road on March 12th?
There's two different shootings.
And there's two different shootings, Your Honor, but in terms of her
When's
car
the
window
other
being
shooting?
shot out, March 16th.
Okay, so let's not worry about that one. March 12th. This is the only way that y'all are establishing a shooting at Waters Road on March 12th? Yes or no?
Yes, Your Honor. The state can call other witnesses or evidence about that shooting, but we intended to call and introduce this CAD report 911 currently.
I understand that y'all want to. Was that the only evidence that y'all were going to put up that this occurred on March 12th? Was this 911 call and boyfriend or husband and the discovery that on March 13th, this window was shot out? That's how y'all are going to establish a shooting on March 12th?
In order to cut down witnesses, Your Honor, we have other witnesses. We could call Ms. Zachary, we could call the responding officer, but in order to shorten we get the complaint that we need to shorten the case. And so what we're trying to do is there's a 911 call. There's two 911 calls. There's a 911 call from March 12th.
Okay, are you planning to introduce that?
Yes, that's the
Okay.
day before.
Okay,
Then-
but after the shooting occurs, correct?
The 911 calls as the shooting occurs, the woman is in her house and she said, they're shooting down my street.
Okay,
Yes.
so why isn't that enough?
Because this was the further evidence of that. So that's why we're playing the two 911 calls, because the March 12th call, right, there shows that she called, the first caller never went outside. All she says is there's shots fired. On March 13th, when that witness goes outside, she sees that her car has been riddled by bullets. Now, there's additional evidence that Ms. Zachary would bring in that her daughter heard the gunshots the night before, but we're not bringing that in. So what we're trying to do is tie in the first call from March 12th and then the call from March 13th. There's more evidence, but we're trying to, as best, get in what is relevant to establish that there was a shooting. Again, all of these shootings are in response to what happens in February with Wyeth and Lucci getting stabbed.
Is it riddled with bullets?
When you say, excuse me, maybe I shouldn't say riddled with bullets, but there are bullet holes in her vehicle.
How many?
I believe there's one to her vehicle, Your
Okay,
Honor.
y'all can, no,
Your Honor.
just, no. We have got to figure out some things that we can do without in this case, and this is one of them. And not because it's hearsay or confrontation clause.
It's not riddled with bullets.
Just
One bullet
because
is not riddled
It's
with
just
bullets.
too much.
Too much.
Waste of time.
Waste of
Okay,
time.
let's move on to
Cumulative.
the
Let's
next.
Your
go.
Honor.
Yes.
May I just ask for clarification? Does that also apply to Frederick, I believe it's Frederick Whetstone, the boyfriend that lives there?
Yes, he
Okay.
doesn't need to testify either.
Okay, thank you.
If we have established the shooting occurred, we don't need more people establishing that the next day they discovered that the shooting occurred. All right, let's move on to the next.
Your Honor, may I have
Yes.
some clarification? Just the court is excluding the 911 call. What is it that the court is excluding?
Yes, that 911 call from whomever the next day that she discovered that there was a bullet to her car.
Okay.
And whoever that is, the boyfriend or the husband who was going to come and say, yeah, there was a bullet to the car.
Okay, he wasn't only going to testify to that. And I
What
know
else
that
was he going to testify to?
this is a person, she and he, who have been living next to this particular location for some months at least.
Okay,
They see who comes and go, and they see what cars, what vehicles come up to the location.
okay,
They see the nature of the interaction
Okay.
of people with the location. And as far as that particular night goes, as Ms. Hilton said, she heard what she thought was gunfire. And we are, of course, adhering to the court's ruling regarding the 911 call.
It's
But
still
she
cumulative.
heard what she thought was gunfire. She saw evidence of it. They saw evidence of it the next morning. But
okay, but
That's
he's
an-
not going to testify that she, the girlfriend, heard gunfire.
no,
Okay.
he's not to test. No, no. Mm-mm.
So whomever this person is, the boyfriend or husband is going to come say, here are the comings and goings that I noticed over the course of the last few months, including the night of this shooting. Here's who I saw, or here's what cars or whatever.
Right.
Okay, that's
This
fine.
is what, right, this is what we anticipate from that particular witness. The female, the young woman that Ms. Hilton mentioned earlier, she, in addition to showing us, or in addition to having that bullet hole in her car, she has met with us and shown us the bullet holes in her house. We don't have those photographs. I'm just telling the court what,
Was she going to testify also?
we took her name off the list.
Okay. All right.
In an effort for brevity's sake, but I'm just letting the court know that these people who live next door to that location had more to talk about than just a bullet.
Okay, well, I mean, that's fine.
Well, Your Honor, in response to that, and I'm going off memory, the recorded statement that is really the only record we have of what Mr. Whetstone would be adding. I believe
What's
it's
the name of this guy?
I believe I'm being accurate with Mr. Whetstone, but
Wesley
Whetstone.
Whetstone. Okay.
And the issue I have is, and just to be clear, Mr. Whetstone, as I understand it, is not testifying, oh, I saw a Audi with this tag number. I know, I'm just using Shannon as an example. I know Shannon, and I see him going in there.
Mhm.
The interview he gave to the police, it was much more like, man, there's all sorts of stuff going on at that house, and it's ruining our neighborhood type generalized speak. I don't think that's appropriate. I don't think it's appropriate to just paint in a broad brush with testimony. And so I disagree with the state when they assert that this gentleman would be adding a lot more about what's going on with the house. It was just kind of a complaint that we all have with different people in our neighborhoods complaining about the residents of a certain house
Okay.
in the neighborhood.
All right.
Your Honor, it's not that broad, and we did provide contact information. It's not that general as it was placed
Okay.
before the court. We've provided contact information for anyone to speak to this
Okay.
person. So it's more detailed than what he
Okay.
provided.
So is it going to be something that tends to establish that the comings and goings were by a particular gang or group of people?
A particular group of people, and again, the nature, the type of traffic, if you will,
Meaning,
at the house.
meaning what?
He will not be saying, oh, there's drug dealing going on at the house, but just the frequency of different visitors to the house, the vehicles he observed at the house,
And the vehicles are going to be tied to,
what YSL members, one in particular belongs to Mr. Williams, for instance. For instance, I'll leave it there.
okay. Well, if he is going to be able to testify to seeing particular vehicles with, whatever frequency he's going to testify to, and there's something that ties those vehicles to these defendants or other YSL members, then that seems irrelevant. So,
Thank you, Your Honor. And yes, it was the Waters Road, obviously, the court has heard us say before, is a YSL spot.
right.
And the shootings and the activity at the house.
Right. Okay. All right. All right, so the next thing that we need to look at is in item 4B, I guess.
Yes.
And this is, who, oh, it's our same, Mr. Sumlin. Okay, and the objection is? What? Anybody want to argue this one?
I do, I'm just trying to find. I lost my spot.
Okay. So it's a picture of Mr. Sumlin, and then there's a post chasing that money, but my past chasing me. And I guess the objection to that is, and that's the purpose for which this is introduced, is for the language of the post.
That's part of it, you know.
Well, what's the other part?
It's number 126 on our indictment.
Overt act number 126.
And Judge, I'll just,
Uh-huh.
while the court is looking at the indictment, where he is displaying prominently that center tattoo on his person of YSL, obviously, along with all the others, and making that post. The fact of the posing on social media with the gang name in the middle and slime for life on his arm, and asserting publicly chasing that money, but his past chasing him, we would argue reflects at least part of what we are alleging that the gang has done or does in furtherance of the enterprise itself, obtaining money and property through a pattern of racketeering activity, him chasing that money, but his past chasing me, we would argue suggests that he has done things that were not legal. And this is an argument, this is one obviously that could be made at the end. The jury could infer from what they are seeing many things, but particularly we posted or we named this as an overt act, number 126.
Okay, and that was posing for the photo that he put on his account, displaying gang tattoos,
Mhm.
not the post, not the language. What you put in the indictment is
The
the
description of it, yeah, the description of what happened. He
did
posed.
post for a photo released on someone's Instagram account displaying gang tattoos with YSL on his chest and slime for life on his right arm, an overt act in furtherance of the conspiracy.
Right,
Okay.
and the language, the language further shows how he is furthering the conspiracy
How
by
is
saying
that furthering the conspiracy?
chasing that money, but his past chasing him suggests that he not only does things or has done things that perhaps in chasing that money that are not legal, he is continuing to chase that money in ways that are not legal.
What suggests that he is doing anything illegal by chasing that money?
Your
Isn't
Honor,
that what pretty much all of us who aren't independently wealthy have to do every day of our lives?
Your Honor, I'm not saying that it is with certainty that this is what he is saying. What I'm saying is that it is evidence that tends to, or that has a tendency to make a portion of our assertions or our allegations in the indictment true to
This is a reach, Ms. Love.
the extent that it is relevant that he made or said that, made that statement on that posting. He is representing YSL. He is,
I mean, obviously, it's all over his body, but how is the post the language representing YSL?
The language, it's as if he said, I stay ready, or
It really doesn't seem to say
Well,
that.
I didn't say.
You can put that post in the picture without the language. Okay, what's next? File 5. Okay, this is another post. And this is also an overt act alleged. Is that right?
It is. It is.
Okay. Pose for a photo with the caption, suit up, it's wartime. Okay. All right. And what's the objection? What's the objection, y'all?
Your Honor, speaking on behalf of Mr. Stillwell, our objection is any of these comments on the right that
Past the suit up and lace up your boots one, the ones below that, or including?
including.
Okay, well, given that that is what they allege to be an overt act in furtherance of the conspiracy, I think that one is going to come in. Does the state need the comments below that?
Mr. Stillwell, the OG bull with Shannon Stillwell, and one Obama.
Okay. Okay. Who is that?
Antonio Sumlin.
Okay.
Is who?
Antonio Sumlin.
Is who?
One Obama is.
Right. So, and maybe I'm missing the bigger picture here. Who is Slime Bing Bing?
Your Honor, a person who is an associate of Shannon Stillwell and Antonio Sumlin, whose statement that suit up and lace up your boots is wartime was adopted and commented on favorably by Mr. Stillwell and Mr. Sumlin. Mr. Stillwell in posting, and Mr. Stillwell is reflected and tagged in it, and is posting the green heart emoji and the green snake emoji in response to it,
That's not accurate. That's not accurate. There's someone that we don't know who it is, and that's why I was confused, Your Honor, when you asked about after it's lace up your boots, it's wartime. Someone we don't know who it is. We're suggesting that he's an associate. I don't know how we're making those assumptions or suggestions if we don't even know who he is. And then we have who's said to be my client doing a green heart and a whatever that is. I think it's
I don't know what that is.
whatever it is. It's some sort of amphibious creature, it appears. Anyways, that's a reaction to the photo. I don't know where the state's asserting that this is some sort of adoption of someone else's comment. My client's in a photo, and he's not replying to the comment. You can reply to a comment if you want on these social media posts. He's just replying to a photo that he's tagged in. So I don't know under what theory of law, respectfully, with the confrontation clause in place and hearsay rules in place, that we would just allow Slime Bing Bing his out of court statements just in.
Your Honor, we've,
And,
like-
and the fact that the state alleges it in the indictment does not move me in the least. I mean, we had no part in drafting this indictment, obviously, but just because the state alleges something in an indictment doesn't suspend
No,
the
I
rules
just
of
meant
evidence.
this would be the evidence by which they would establish that.
Well, I understand that, but it's still the rules of evidence, and I know you know this, Your Honor, but the rules of evidence still apply, even if they've asserted that.
For the record, Your Honor, the image on Slime Bing Bing appears to be a female.
They can't hear you. Well, I mean, the picture is,
Yeah.
who knows whether,
Right. Who knows anything about?
I mean, honestly, y'all, if this were, it looks like these people are cleaning up a playground. I'd be like, yeah, if I were the defense, yeah, let's talk about this. Look at these bad guys. But hey, that's what the state wants in for whatever reason. I don't know how I don't know how anybody would find this to be an act in furtherance of gang activity, but
Yeah.
Well, that's why
they could argue that, I guess.
well, that's why I'm concerned with this. I agree with you. I don't necessarily have a problem with the picture. It's the caption by Slime Bing Bing that casts this in a different light, and I don't believe. Well, first of all, we don't know his government name, and I have no reason to believe that that person is testifying.
You and me.
I don't think they know who it is either.
Your Honor,
Yes.
there's a extremely popular song by artist Lil Wayne, grew, Grew, up, a screw up, and specifically it states, suit up and lace your boots up. It's wartime. So, this happens a lot in our case, but a lot of people just cite lyrics.
Mm.
And for that reason also, I mean, yes, we can cross on it, but it's just the same pattern. It doesn't show we are now going to war. So we'd ask for it to be excluded.
Your Honor, with respect to, I think that the court had it exactly right, except the court's comment on the significance of it. But this is something that we've alleged. This is the evidence of what we've alleged. And we'd ask to be able to show the evidence that the state believes proves its case.
Okay, well, I'm going to permit it, and then y'all can all have a fun time arguing it, because. Okay, let's move on to the next one. So this is in folder 6, item B, I guess. Screen grab of the first few seconds of the video.
Yes, Your Honor. So, there's a video that the state and defense, we agree. It's a video that's played on a loop 3 times. We're only gonna play the first time that the video was played. However, early in the video, Mr. Williams is seen throwing up the YSL sign, but it's very quick. And
Okay.
so 73-E55, just a screen grab of that initial portion, similar to what we've done with the surveillance videos that we insert. We might have the video, but we capture a screenshot of a particular portion.
And it's not shown? I mean, it's shown in the first thing, right?
Yes, but just very quick.
So if I watch what's in the one before that,
And we can share it on what you just want to say.
and what's the objection?
Your Honor, there are so many videos that have come into evidence and are coming into evidence of Mr. Williams holding his hands.
Cumulative
Yes. And then it's cumulative on
of the
top of
video.
cumulative. Yes.
Yes, sustained. You can
This is
see
the
it
one where he
just as
says murder
easily.
gang bitch. This is different.
This is different. He says murder gang bitch, and he's also with Obama, another associate. We don't have, well, let me say this.
Okay,
Mr.
so
Summit-
the screen grab is excluded as cumulative.
But we did introduce the first 15.
Yes.
I couldn't hear, but I think the state agreed because it's on a loop, so it just plays
The
it's a very
first
short.
is what it says.
So it's just
yeah.
one time is what I.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so then we can move down, I believe, all the way to folder 15. Whose autopsy?
Your Honor, I spoke with Mr. Steele earlier. We just need to confirm with Dr. Sim Stanley regarding the autopsy photos. And making sure that we've selected the ones that she will need in order to explain Mr. Drink's injury. So we can
Okay.
just I hope to meet with her the end of this week so that we can select those photos, Your Honor.
Okay, so that's fine. The autopsy report, what's our issue with that?
Your Honor, my general
Sorry, we can't hear you, Ms. Hilton.
Sorry.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, my general practice with the ME is to introduce her report at the conclusion as a part of the record. It does not go back to the jury.
Okay.
However, I believe defense counsel will object to that.
I never understood introducing something just for the record. I mean, if the witness needs to refresh her memory, I have no problem with that, but I object to it going into the record unless there's a reason. I definitely object the jury ever seeing it or being published, but that was my objection. I don't see any reason to say we're going to admit an autopsy report, but then we'll pretend like it never was in the record. It shouldn't be in the record in the first place.
Okay. I mean, it wouldn't go back with the jury, and I sort of hear both sides, so just tender it at the time. 16, folder 16. So whose firearm is this? Why is this coming in?
This is one of the firearms found at Waters Road
Okay.
on the 16th. And just to add a little bit more contextual details, in one of the, or actually more than one of the wiretap calls, I think the court's already heard, where they're referencing the weapons at Waters
Yeah.
Road. And
Okay, and this is just found laying on this table at the time they come in there?
it's one of the weapons that's in there.
That's fine, I'll admit that. All right, folder 18.
Your Honor, we can withdraw. It's just a 2 search warrant.
Okay.
So that's fine.
I couldn't hear you.
They're withdrawing.
We're not going to make the search warrant.
Thank you.
Okay, then folder 21 would be our next one.
Same thing, Your Honor.
Okay, great. Okay, then folder 23 looks like our next one. And I need to look at 5168. So who wants to argue about 5168? Nobody wants to argue about 5168.
Could someone just, we've reviewed all of these, but I'm just trying to have in front of me what I'm talking about, and I'm trying to find it in this Dropbox.
Okay, well, you see there, like, each of the folders is numbered, so it's in number 23, and if, once you open it, it's 5168.
Your Honor, we can withdraw it.
All right. All right, folder 26.
Judge, my
Yes, Your Honor, for folder 26, that's Mr. Ryan. I think that's Act 180, right?
I mean,
And you're not able to, okay.
go ahead.
You're not able, if you watch the video, you're not actually able to see who's actually posting it. It's alleged to be on my client's page, but you can't actually see him. And you see somebody else playing, or I guess watching the TV, and you don't know who's actually speaking either.
Okay. We're not gonna, there doesn't seem to be audio, right?
No, there's audio, Your Honor.
Okay.
And so you have Mr. Ryan, it appears, because he posted it on his page.
Allegedly.
Allegedly while in prison. And the video is of, we believe, Mr. Ryan watching Mr. Eppinger get a bond on TV. So they're in prison, similar, he has his cell phone in prison, and he's watching Mr. Eppinger get a bond, and he says, free, he's a number of different things, but he talks about SLAT, free, this YSL, we getting bonds on this shit, some other language.
So is there audio where somebody is saying that?
Yes, Your Honor. And we can play it. Your
All
Honor.
right, because when I just hit play, there's no audio, but that may be because of my settings on my computer. So, yeah.
Mr. Atkins is pulling it up, Your Honor.
It's because I had my volume turned all the way down.
Sometimes that happens.
So let me, actually, it may just be easier than joining the Zoom if I just hit play again now that the volume is up. Nope.
We're almost there. So that much time it pulls up.
It's on here.
Here's some.
Let's start that over.
Are you nervous? Your Honor.
Yeah, man, free my nigga Big Rich, man. Yeah, man, live from chain gang. Fuck that boy. Fuck that boy. Strike that baby. Yeah, man. Free my nigga Big Brish, man. Fuck the DA. Yeah, we catching the bun on this shit. Yeah, and we about to catch that bun, fuck nigga. We coming to get you. You know what it is. Yes, sir. That shit in the hood right here, gang. Free the gang. Yeah, YSL shit. That's the hood right there, son. Yeah. Slack Benny. Damn, man. Slack, man. Free the gang. Happy to get more blind, though, so it ain't more blind. Okay. Fuck Rashawn the Devil Boy. Yeah, man. Free my nigga Big Rich, man. By the way, the gang way. Big Rich with the big head, man. They gave my nigga a bun today, man. Smell me. YSL. They gave my nigga a bun today, y'all. Shit crazy.
And what's the argument for this exclusion that you don't know who posted it?
We don't know who posted it, don't know who the speaker is, don't know who the second speaker is either.
Okay, and what's the state's response?
Your Honor, the circumstantial evidence in this particular case will allow the jury to infer that it was Mr. Williams' client. And at the very least, these are co-conspirator statements furthering the gang, furthering support of the gang, and publicizing their support of the gang, announcing support of the gang.
And
But
who's this going to come in through?
this would come in through the investigator who saw this post and captured this
Okay.
post
All right.
on Mr. Ryan's
I'm
account.
going to admit that over objection.
It's also going to be a foundation issue and it'll cause for speculation.
What do you mean?
Because we
calls
don't
for
know who's speaking.
speculation?
We don't know who's speaking. We don't know who has access to the phone or to his account.
That'll be things that you can cross-examine on. Okay, 28. I don't know how to get out of this one. An Excel spreadsheet. Which one am I looking at?
You're gonna look at the one that says highlight, I believe highlighted MMS.
Okay, that's like red and green?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And what is this?
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, Your Honor. So, Your Honor, this is the Verizon text messages that were entered a few weeks ago, Your Honor. Investigator Viverito, when she was reviewing the information, in order to make it easier for her to know who was talking, she just did color highlights.
Okay.
We will do some form of this, but as a demonstrative, Your Honor, because if you just read the Excel spreadsheet, it's difficult. So what she did in order to assist her is color code different speakers. And Your Honor, generally, the content in this text message is the conspiracy to stab Mr. Rayshawn Bennett. This is where that act begins, when they are planning it via the text messages. And the individuals involved are Mr. Khalif Adams, Demikion Garlington, Jada Myrick through his girlfriend at the time, Ashley Ellison. And so we will introduce some form to make it easier for the jury to see. Maybe not this exact document, but there will be some demonstrative to make these text messages easier to put before the jury and digest before the jury.
What's the objection?
I get that, Your Honor. My concern is that in this, what I'll call it a demonstrative, whatever the state's working on, there is irrelevant information that's placed out of context. For instance, my recollection, the first on that colored Excel spreadsheet, the first line says something, has a phone number, and it says SB. Now, I don't know if SB is supposed to be, we don't know who sent it, first of all. I don't know if SB is supposed to be a reference to my client.
We
I
don't
don't know.
intend to introduce that, Your Honor, because we don't know if it is, we cannot confirm that that is.
Okay,
Mr.
why don't
Squirrel.
y'all get in whatever form you're gonna want to use, get it in that form and then give that to the defense.
Yes, Your Honor.
And just to articulate it, my concern is the state's saying that there was a conspiracy, they're alleging a conspiracy, and they just named a bunch of people. My concern is simply, I just don't want references to my client just thrown in the midst of a demonstrative that apparently, allegedly involves a conspiracy involving other people.
Okay, well, get that in a form. Can y'all do that by the end of the day, Friday?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. All right, I think that takes care of the joint motion to exclude evidence as supplemented. Okay, I had a note that the state on some co-conspirator issue with an unknown declarant called Unk. Y'all were gonna figure out either excise that person's statements or come up with some kind of a limiting instruction. Has that been done?
The limiting instruction, no, Your Honor, what we looked at was excising. but
Okay.
We will give to counsel for the defendants a proposed limiting instruction and present it to the court. We have not come up with a limiting instruction. We believe that it provides context and that the court can instruct the jury that only in as much as it gives context to the other statements.
Okay, so y'all have evaluated it and believe that it isn't going to make any sense to excise the other person's statements, so you want a limiting instruction
That
and
is-
you need to come up with that.
That is correct, yes.
Okay. Would this be a good time to talk about who all we still have coming up and how long they're going to take?
Sure.
I think it would be.
Can we-
Let's talk about that.
From the defense,
Need a
we believe
bathroom
it would
break.
be a good time.
Let's do a bathroom break and let's come back and talk about that.
I sent you this. I sent you last night.
Hey, everybody, thank you so much for watching our coverage of the Young Thug trial. Now, I want to take a quick second and I want to tell you about this stream's awesome sponsor,
mind just relaying to your clients what we discussed up here. I'd appreciate it. And it's trashy now, so it ought to be ready for use maybe in a few hours. I haven't, it was on there. It just wasn't secure, so it didn't charge. All right, so is the next most pressing thing to go back to those wiretap
I think so.
conversations?
I believe that would be a good.
Okay. All right, I'll give everybody a minute to get their notes on the wiretaps, and we were kind of going through this chart that has the two different reference numbers.
And Your Honor, did you have received the updated, we shortened some, the
I
court
did
had asked
not.
us to
No.
reduce it. I will re-forward the email. It was sent probably about 3-4 weeks ago, but I'll resend it to
Okay.
everyone.
I mean, maybe I did, but I haven't printed it. Is it like one of these, but just shorter? Okay, that would be great.
Can't tell you substantially shorter, but it is short.
Okay. Do we still have to deal with the one that had sort of bogged us down and we stopped on?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, you're right.
Your Honor, I'm trying to remember if any council knows what number we stopped on. I was. Your Honor, now that I think about it, the call that we ended on was the one that you had just referenced that kind of got us off track. So that call was PDF page 2184 on April 1st. So I'll pick up on the next call after that, which is
Well, we've got to make a decision on
Yes,
that
Your
one
Honor.
too, so. Let me, did they file a response?
Could you just say the call number as well? For
yes.
PF 284, what call?
The reference number? 2158, Mr. Sharp. You're welcome.
Your Honor,
Yes.
Westmoreland over here. I wanted to make sure, is
Thank
this,
you.
no, it's
Some
okay.
voice from somewhere.
Is this the call, Mr. Atkins? Is this the call that Attorney Harvey was arguing? Okay.
Yes.
And is this, did you guys file a response? I know you, the last time you asked to file a response and we were waiting on it. I haven't received it, but maybe you filed it already?
No, we were going to just
So can we?
oral argument on it. We did not file a written response to that.
So had we finished 2119? Reference 2119 from April 1st? Yes or no? I
One
just.
second, 2119 was.
I think maybe we did. I don't know.
I'm reviewing the notes, Judge.
Okay.
So, Your Honor, if it's reference number 2119,
I don't, what,
PDF
I
page
don't know which
2140.
one. What is that? Is that a page number or a reference number?
so the wiretap
Yeah.
used reference numbers. I also included PDF page numbers to quickly access.
Okay.
So that's why there's both numbers, Your Honor.
Okay. So it's reference number 2119. According to this, I only see one number on this chart.
On the far left? What chart did we give you?
The first two columns, the first column is the reference number and the second column is the page number.
Ms. Hilton, did you resend out the condensed version?
I'm sending it now.
Okay. Because I don't see
I sent it on-
2184.
I sent it on September 21st at about 6:07 p.m.
But you're gonna resend it
Yep, I just
for me. Is this where the UNC conversation is? No.
No, Your Honor. Give me 1 second. I'll pull up notes on.
Okay.
So, Your Honor, those two calls were, I have the PDF page number 635 and 820, Your Honor, which are March 17th and March 18th calls, was the two calls my notes had that referenced.
The UNC.
Yes,
Okay.
Your Honor.
All right. Thanks. Okay, so does it show that we've finished on, and I don't I don't know why, but I don't see a page number, but on reference 2119, did I make all the rulings that needed to be made? That's just the last thing I have anything written down for. I mean, I guess if we'd moved on to 2158, I had. And 2158 is the one that potentially has nested hearsay. Is that right? Correct. Okay.
Your Honor, actually, 2119, which is the call that had the nested hearsay, Your
Okay.
Honor.
Okay, well then that's why I didn't have anything written down on 2158 then, because we stopped on 2119, I guess.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Okay. And the issue we've got is that nobody knows who Rel is, essentially, right?
Your Honor, I don't think that that was the issue regarding rail.
Your Honor,
Yes.
I would humbly request Attorney Harvey argue this motion. And the last time that you heard in reference to this piece of evidence, and by the way, not knowing who Rel was an issue, but that the state asked to be able to respond to our brief. And so we've been waiting on that response. From my understanding,
and now
they
you
have.
know there isn't going to be.
And now we know there isn't going to be one, but I would humbly ask if we could do this when he's here. I'm sorry, he's just ill.
Will he be back tomorrow?
I hope so.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll circle back on this tomorrow then.
Thank you, Your Honor.
On 2119.
That was Miss Westmoreland. Miss Westmoreland.
Okay. So on to 2158 then. All right, and everybody has now the updated wiretap. And we're still on Garlington's, so. Yeah. Okay. So what are there objections? And if so, what are they? And do I need to listen to it? Somebody.
From the context, my understanding is this call. The problem with this wiretap is it involves Mr. Garlington, who's presumed innocent of everything. Apparently, it suggests that he's involved in criminal activity, drug dealing, different squabbles that he individually has.
Mm.
My understanding from this call is he's having some sort of problems with someone, but I just, that it seems to me that that is a Mr. Garlington situation as opposed to a Mr. Stillwell or anyone else here situation. And I understand the allegation is they're part of a organization, but that doesn't mean everything you're involved in is part of that organization, even if that organization does exist. So I don't see the relevance of this call. Um, and, of course, unless there's a hearsay exception, we're dealing with the words of Mr. Garlington, who is not going to be testifying.
Response.
Yes, Your Honor. This call, Garlington, I don't know who he is speaking with. He mentions Copeland Woody calling him, and Garlington says they are discussing seeing someone and going to blitz their ass, which the state believes from talking to gang experts, when you blitz somebody, you're going to go shoot them, intending to kill them or at least shoot them and hurt them. And so when you're sending a blitz or you're going to blitz someone, you're going to do an aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. This specific call, it's a minute and 14 seconds. Given that the other male, who I do not know, is the one saying we're going to blitz their ass, the state would, if I could reserve on this specific call, because absent knowing who that male is on this specific call, it's Garlington talking with him about that, Your Honor.
Okay, so you're going to give that some further consideration.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, so let's move to the next one is reference 2532, page 2559. Any objection on that one? We ought to be ready on these.
We're ready. I'm just reviewing my notes.
Okay.
First, my question for the proponent of this evidence is the relevance.
Your Honor, the state's happy to articulate relevance. I do think legally to exclude evidence, the state feels so. This specific call, what ends up happening is Miles Farley, who's charged with the murder of Shamel Drinks, he ends up going to Fulton County Jail. Before he goes to Fulton County Jail, they work on trying to get him protection, specifically to figure out where in the Fulton County Jail he is, because there's a gang war going on and people are getting murdered. And so what ends up happening in these next series of calls unpack this is they are working on, hey, when he's Fulton County Jail, let us know where he is so we can protect him, keep eyes on him. And what ends up happening is 9 Deuce, YFN, the same rival street gang that the state has been discussing with the murder of Donovan Thomas and also Shamel Drinks, teams up with some younger Goodfellas. Goodfellas is a very prominent gang in both prison and jails in the state of Georgia. And what ends up happening is that there's a lot of the next series of calls, for the most part, are all going to discuss Miles getting locked up. Where is he going? And then he ends up getting jumped by rival gang members who allied with Goodfellas. And that creates a serious problem because Unfunk, who was a defendant in this case, and his defendant William's brother, YSL is a hybrid gang, as the state alleges, is a Goodfellas member. And so once this happens, there's a series of phone calls between Garlington, Unfunk, and high-ranking Goodfellas members in the Fulton County Jail of saying, people are telling me that YFN teamed up with Goodfellas. We didn't bless off on that. My apologies, Madam Court Reporter. So I want to give that backstory because there's you need to listen to these calls to unpack what I just proffered to the court.
Okay. All right, that seems pretty relevant. Any other objection?
No, Your Honor, I mean, for the record, it's hearsay.
Atkins might have to take
Okay,
over
I
for
think this would come
attorney.
in under the co-conspirator exception. All right,
Judge is kind of
so our next one
fond of him,
is
allegedly.
2534 and 2561. Unless are there new objections? I mean, if these are all kind of the same series of same substance.
Your Honor, you're using the reference numbers?
I mean, I said them both.
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor. So PDF page 2561 is referencing this same topic. It's Garlington discussing trying to get protection for Miles. And also 2656 is a three-way call with Copeland and Garlington discussing Shannon being in jail and Miles in jail and getting protection in jail. So yes, Your Honor.
All right, so are there other objections other than what was already voiced with regard to the one before? 'Cause my ruling would be the same.
No, Your Honor.
Okay. So then that takes us down, that would then cover how many of those, Mr. Atkins? When do we get to the end of that?
So, Your Honor, we should. Embedded in this is PDF reference number 2779 and PDF page 2808 is in reference to Garlington and a gun. And so that.
Okay, 2779 is not on our new list, is it?
Hold on one second, Your Honor. I have.
Okay, I think this would have covered reference 2534, page 2561, as well as reference 2628, page 2656. Is that right?
That's correct, Your Honor. My apologies. I had two XLs
okay.
up and one was the old version. So, Your Honor, we should discuss.
So then the next one on the new sheet is 2833, page 2861. Right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and is there objection to that?
Yes, Your Honor, we're going to object based off relevance and hearsay. And does the state know who the other party to this call is?
I don't think so, but.
Your Honor, 2861, it's the state's understanding that this is an incoming call from Frank Hubert, who's Goodfellas. He's a capo in Goodfellas. This is tethered. This individual's who these three-way calls discussing protection in the jail primarily go through. That's who the state believes this is. This covers a number of items, so the state would like to play this call.
Okay, go ahead.
But what evidence do we have that he's Frank?
2833. Did, right?
Yes, Your Honor,
that's correct. Did we need to address something further on 2628 first? Okay.
My apologies for I have to re-log in. My internet went out without realizing it.
Okay.
Hey, we're going with you. Scarface.
What's up, are you alright?
Hey, we're going with you.
Yeah, what you in the room?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I'm in the room. You know, my door don't lock, though. I come out anytime.
What you order?
Hell nah, they just don't fuck with me.
Yeah, but you got that shit.
Man, that was.
You had that right street fucked up, why?
Oh, yeah. Shit, what you need? See, you know, if I can do it, man. Come on, man. You know I fuck with you. He ain't so bad.
How I know that?
Yeah, fuck it right.
How many of them niggas? How many niggas? Of them niggas in your dorm?
Man, hey, one nigga, man. One nigga that got down. One nigga waiting for it to touch his ass so he can tell on me.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
What? Hey, so where Quay at? Where Flo Quay on?
Quay, who was that?
Huh?
Who was that? To my big nose Quay?
Nah, he on the K with AB.
Oh, don't talk about with the big nose right here. Little young nigga.
Yeah.
Yeah, on the west floor, he on Quay. Yeah, who on AB?
They on the fifth floor. They be calling. They had a phone. They had a phone too with the whole what you call it, gangster.
Yeah, what Quay? Quay.
Yeah.
You talking about not. Oh, you say not JBL Quay. What Quay you talking about? He said the one got locked up JB LB. Yeah, Kel say he ain't know you. Hey, your little partner ain't never hit you back in the DM. What name, Mom? Miles.
The Miles of it?
Yeah, Miles never DM just nobody back.
Nah, you know, I ain't DM his folk back.
Oh yeah, see cause we still don't know what flow he on. He got to be still on clarification. That's why we're trying to see where he is.
Yeah, we got to stay on clarification.
Yeah, what's up with Quato? What you want to do to Quato?
Nah, Quay good, he good. I was just asking who how many of them niggas done with Ebby?
Man, now it ain't number shit ain't number one. Let me see, shit ain't number one nigga in the whole unit.
Yeah.
Yeah, it ain't number one. Huh?
I said, I really ain't got nobody. See, everything straight. I was just trying to make sure them niggas ain't straight, bro.
Man, you know that shit. Get away. One thing about whatever side I'm on, but whoever I'm fucking with gonna be straight on the
Yeah.
I ain't just got no goddamn one unit shit. They got a whole goddamn flow on both sides. Man, I got to get away. Well, they know I ain't just popping my shit away. I got the whole jail ready, bro. I ain't got no make one phone call.
Yeah.
Yeah. I got the whole man. Man, you better know who your goddamn big brother is, bro. Come on, man. Man, I'm goddamn bro, Cabo friend, boy.
I know. You know, I know what's going on.
Man, well, I got the whole man. Get away. It ain't number three of us. They goddamn Capos in his jail, but we got the whole flow. Like, I'm talking about the whole Right Street. Like, boy, we got this motherfucker on smash, bro.
That's why, listen, nigga needs, bro, my main man, you know who my main man is, bro. I need that nigga back, bro.
I already know that way. But you, that's why I get with it.
Huh?
I say, I ain't me cuss y'all get with it. That's why I'm so ready to get out right and get with it. But I got so like, get with it. But that's why I got down. That's why I just told Real, get with it. I'm glad he just put me in a position I can be in, right? Like, I can start my own family, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm finna go crazy on these niggas on Scarface. Why they raise them like, oh yeah, I'm big wrong. All this shit, man, for real, bro.
And you know, like, yeah, for sure. Like, you know, the only nigga, but like, they let niggas come through the hood, walk through the hood, all type of shit, bro. Them niggas ain't, you know what niggas be on for real, bro.
I already know, but see, we already know something. We already know majority of them niggas have some pussy, bro.
Like, them niggas probably on shit like, man, they don't want no part, like, nigga. Man, bro, you know how that shit is, bro.
I already know it. That's why I got there when I come home. I'm gonna fall back for a little minute, you know what I'm saying? But get what? Bro, I'm gonna have my team walking through that motherfucker. Everybody who I fought with, get what? I can't do nothing but call and warn niggas, but get out the way, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Nah, for real, like, yeah, why ain't I'm finna clean dirt? I'm finna, man, get what, man? Word gave me the green light, bro. I'm finna clean that shit up, bro.
Yeah.
Man, hell yeah. Man, I ain't tripping. All I got a nigga like him behind me. Man, shout out goddamn, man, I ain't bullshit. I'm gonna clean that shit up, stuff, man.
Yeah.
That's for real, bro. Then you know Ed, he got a nigga mad cause niggas just seen him a couple months ago. Ain't no way in the hell you back right here with me, man.
Say what?
I say Ed, he got me mad cause ain't no way in the fuck you right back here with me, talking with me, you know what I'm saying? Like, but that shit felt good knowing I can call him, knowing he out there, you know what I'm saying?
You say what?
I said Ed B, right?
Yeah.
I said that shit got me fucked up cause Charlotte no goddamn niggas want to see him out there knowing that I can call him. That shit was a good thing, you know what I'm saying? Like that shit hurt me, Charlotte right back near those like right here with me, bro. That shit, man, they can't keep coming back to this bullshit.
Yeah.
Hell no. Where the hell you at?
Yeah, man.
Where the hell you at, Scarface?
I'm right here with my cousin.
Oh, okay. Yeah, hell yeah, man. Get away. You just gotta stay. Get away, bro. You gotta stay right. You gotta stay around the niggas from the video, bro, cause you already know they ain't right.
I know it, bro. Listen, like, you know, something. Yeah.
You gotta stay around them niggas, bro. The nigga ain't right, bro. Come on. But they ain't right. Get away. I'm telling you, then you know a lot of niggas into us too.
I know who gonna pop some bubble, little bubble. I didn't have little bubble. The bubble got down. Like man, listen, bro.
What little bubble?
Small little bubble. Yo bubble.
What bubble?
Man, little bubble. Ain't no little bubble. We check it out doing the 15.
Oh man, I don't fuck with that shit. Hey, man, that nigga, but hey, boy, wait, I ain't gonna, I'm gonna goddamn be 1,000 with you, boy. Look, I ain't gonna sugarcoat, man. Boy, Shawty can't be choices called, man.
Yeah, Johnny came in here with the dog. Well, he didn't even tell me about it.
Man, listen. Man, I'm telling you, listen, Shawty ain't, listen, boy, I'm trying to tell you, we ain't got to speak on Buddy too much, because he's not right. I'm telling you, boy. Oh, yeah, that way he don't need to be stressing them all no more, because they supposed to be goddamn pushing up on him, you know what I'm saying? So, for goddamn giving you a heads up, don't get seen nowhere with that boy, because when it come down, when it all said and done, when they get a chance to goddamn wipe it over, they gonna do it.
Okay.
Yeah, boy, nigga ain't fucking, he don't need to be stressing. I'm glad you told me that, so I can let goddamn bro know, shot ain't right, boy.
Oh, okay then, good.
See, he trying to play up on some niggas so he can keep somebody around him, you know what I'm saying? Like, bro, don't be, them folks trying to goddamn find the perfect time to goddamn wipe it over, bro.
Yeah, that's just like we had like everybody around me got got some real shit going on.
Yeah.
So, like I had what about little G baby? Y'all don't fuck with bro?
Yeah, fuck with G baby, yeah.
Listen though, cuz.
Yeah.
So y'all got shit going on with them?
Nah, hell nah. All that shit straight. Long they got them that way all them niggas that was spreading that 3 level shit PLK. All them niggas like the main ones, like the one that got a name, all them real mix happening in the world, all them folks went up on the world.
Yeah, nah, because goddamn G baby and I got something going on. G baby my man.
I want the court to be aware. This is one of the longer wiretaps, so
Give it another try. Okay, well, it doesn't seem to be echoing anymore.
I just want to make the court aware, Your Honor. The state is more than comfortable to keep playing this call because it is important to hear what is said.
Okay.
They discuss a variety of topics. I just wanted to make the court aware of the length of this. Usually the wiretaps are quite short,
Right.
a minute, 2 minutes. This is one of the longer lengths of the call.
Okay. So maybe I could hear what the objections are so that I know what I ought to be listening for.
So, Your Honor, specifically on behalf of Mr. Stillwell, I object. We've already heard this part where this gentleman is saying he was disappointed with SB, who I believe he's referring to my client, Mr. Stillwell, because he was just locked up in jail with him, left, and then came right back. So that assertion that the jail door is revolving for Mr. Stillwell is bad character evidence, and we're concerned about that coming in. In addition, Your Honor, we're just getting to a part involving what I believe to be someone named EI and G-Baby, and Third World is mentioned as well. And there's just a lot of, it's just gossip. I don't know the relevance of all of these characters and these people in this case, because to my recollection, none of these people have come up previously, and I'm not sure what the relevance is, what they have going on. They apparently have some animosity towards each other or some of the people. But it just seems to me that these are other people that Mikion knows, that he's talking to this person about what they have going on. And finally, Your Honor, to the extent that it is relevant, again, it just seems to be gossip, not in furtherance of any conspiracy or anything of that nature.
May I be heard, Your Honor?
And me too.
Okay. Judge, thank you. Carlton Matthews here on behalf of Mr. Marquavius Huey. We did hear in the beginning of the call or somewhere where it kept mentioning, or this person kept mentioning the name Quay again, Quay. There's no indication on this call as to what Quay or which Quay they are referring to or who they're talking about. So I'm going to argue to the court respectfully that under a 403 analysis, that this part of that wiretap should be excluded or redacted out because there's no foundation to establish which Quay they're referring to.
All right.
Thank you.
And then Ms. Westmoreland.
Thank you, Your Honor. So our objections is relevant and it's hearsay because one is I don't think that the state, or I have not heard the state provide any evidence that this is Frank. I don't think that, and on our sheet it says other party, but I haven't heard anything to establish that this is Frank Hubert. Second is that there seems to be another party that is in the background. When the discussion between the two callers and reference to Quay, one of the callers seems to not know who Quay is, and he tries to guess around who's Quay. And then seeking clarity, someone else is in the background and says, you know, the Quay that was with such and such. We don't know who that person is in the background, so we're going to have a nested hearsay problem. Additionally, I think that it's not relevant. What you hear is a conversation of curiosity. Do you know where Quay is? What floor is Quay on? Is this something you want me to, do to Quay or tell Quay? No, Quay's good. Conversation in reference to Quay is over. So there's no furtherance of the conspiracy in reference to that portion of the conversation. So no furtherance of conspiracy, nested hearsay, and relevancy in reference to that portion.
All right. What's the state's response?
The state would like to finish playing the call and has.
That'll help. Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
But to be clear, I do believe he says I'm Capo Frank on the call, but that's one of the. I'm going to play the call.
Okay.
Tell me about it. He didn't even tell me about it.
Man,
Somebody
listen.
else told me like,
Man, I'm telling you, listen, Shawty ain't listen, but I'm trying to tell you, we ain't got to speak on Buddy too much because he's not right. I'm telling you, boy. Oh, yeah, that way he don't need to be stressing them all no more because they supposed to be goddamn pushing up on him, you know what I'm saying? So, for goddamn giving you a heads up, don't get seen nowhere with that boy because when it come down, when it all said and done, when they get a chance to goddamn wipe it over, they gonna do it.
okay.
Yeah, boy, nigga ain't fuck with, he don't need to be stressing. Mom glad you told me that so I can let goddamn bro know, shot ain't right, boy.
Oh, okay then. Good.
Yeah, see, he trying to play up on some niggas so he can keep somebody around him, you know what I'm saying? Like, bro, don't be, them folks trying to goddamn, find the perfect time to goddamn wipe it over, bro.
Yeah, that's just like we had like everybody around me got got some real shit going on.
Yeah.
So, like I had what about little G baby? Y'all don't fuck with bro?
Yeah, fuck with G baby, yeah.
Listen though, cause
yeah.
So y'all got shit going on with them?
Nah, hell nah. All that shit straight. Long they got them that way all them niggas that was spreading that 3 level shit PLK. All them niggas like the main ones like the one that got a name, all them really been tapping in word. All them folks went up on the word.
Yeah, nah, because goddamn G Baby and E.I. got something going on. You know, G Baby my man, but E.I. that's family, but
That's family. Ain't nobody, dog. E.I. straight from my understand unless nigga need to call down now, cause he supposed to be a dude.
yeah.
Yeah. One of my brothers that came from down there, he over there with Lil Russell. They just beat Lil Russell ass. They just beat his little pussy ass.
What?
Huh?
What?
Man, shit, you know that shit, goddamn, before Russell came on here, I already had put a green light on if they ever goddamn run into these niggas to smash, because he had got into it with my own son out there. I had heard the nigga put a gun out on my son and goddamn for the slap goddamn my sister-in-law, my wife's sister.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. But goddamn wife told me let it go, you see what I'm saying? So I told her shit. I told the brother to let it go. Them folks like, man, hell nah, man, we don't want that nigga ass around there. Hey, man, Wayne beat his ass though.
Yeah.
Yeah. Then he right anyway though. I don't even rock Russ like that. Russ be trying to play both sides, bro.
Yeah, man. All these niggas like.
Yeah, so I be trying to play both sides, bro. He already know he been here something to give me when I used to goddamn bring food to the hood, right? A nigga like that used to goddamn already be giving nigga head something to say about the shit, but wouldn't say it to my face, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, nigga, what? Nigga, boo my man, I don't give a fuck what me and boo go. Nigga ain't finna fuck with her.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Listen, that how when I brought G Baby out there, like, yeah, I told we got into a shootout, bro. I'm right there shooting day. 3 niggas hop out with sticks.
You ain't tell me that.
I ain't tell you.
Hell no, you ain't tell me that.
Yeah, but we out there in the apartment, me, G Baby. Yeah, I had to just call my phone like, man, y'all get put up out of there, bro.
Mike check. Put a 1 in the chat. Put a 1 in the chat if you can hear the sound of my voice. Put a 1 in the chat if you can hear the sound of my voice. Put a 1 in the chat.
Nah, they got some older shit going on, but we got into the shootout shit, but we don't know where it came from. Like, listen, like, they saying G Baby got one on his head, I got it on my head. Like, that's why the niggas I be around, like, I'm knowing, like, all they got the same shit going on. Like, Nord, me, all my folk, bro, them niggas locked up, you feel me? Me, Nord, bro, Fat, like, all they got the same shit going on, you feel me? So, like I'm with these niggas because all they, like, we with each other, you feel me?
Exactly, shit. That's why I started fucking with Fat.
But we just knowing, like, all they knowing what we gonna do.
Exactly. That's why I started fucking with Fat. I started fucking with Fat all the way to you.
Huh? But
I started fucking with Fat because of you.
Because of me, yeah.
Yeah. Well, get what? Saw the Fat. Get what? I ain't get no bad vibes from Fat. Like, Fat one of the niggas I told Fat. Shit, what you want them niggas I rock with out there? Like, I ain't get no bad vibes. I don't got older, got a little smaller, right? But my energy, like I be on that energy shit, like when that positive energy shit, when it come around me, that shit, like my body felt that shit, like positive shit, all that negative shit. I don't be wanting them niggas that like around, but I ain't get that from Fat. You know what I'm saying? Like that's why me and Fat was rocking.
Yeah.
But I gotta see what's up. But nigga, we gotta see what's up with E.I. and G Baby, because shit, G, from my understanding, shit, the family rocking with G Baby and E.I.
Yeah, for sure. But I was telling E.I. on some real shit, though, like, look, my buddy been having, they say he been having one on my head since 2015. Send that shit him, bro. Like,
who to my EI?
Yeah, and he did a song with Lucy. That's why I was just telling him the other day, cause I posted G Baby and said, "A boy on the way." He laughed at it. I was like, man, I don't know what y'all nigga got going on.
Yeah, exactly. Get away, man. You gotta get away. Hey, get away. You got and get away. But look, shit like that though, you gotta check too though. Like you post some shit, you laugh at like nigga, where funny shit? Nigga ain't shit funny right here. Like nigga ain't shit funny. What the hell you mean? Like you laughing at some shit? Cause if my man though, like again, get away. A lot of that shit be back. These niggas be mad cause niggas be fucking these hoes too, bro.
Man, I know that.
Like for real, these niggas be in they feelings be getting niggas goddamn shot at and shit by these pussy ass hoes. Man, look, if a nigga rock with you, nigga gonna rock with you, but don't send no shots at me because about a bitch, man.
Yeah.
Nah, for real, bro. And get what? Cause I don't see why I can't like. If I knew, you know, I'd tell you, but I can't see why y'all don't fuck with G Baby because shit, G Baby around them up.
He say G Baby said, you know, when all that when y'all had the mall shit going, like when y'all separated.
Yeah.
And goddamn, you know G Baby with Capo Noon, you feel me? So I guess whatever going on, G Baby like he gonna put some money on EI head. EI was like. EI told me about it. He was like, shit, bro, I heard it out of his own mouth. I'm like, bro, I asked him when he told me that. You feel me? Bro said, man, it's on my baby. I ain't said no. I don't know why the hell shot don't like me. He don't like me.
Man, get what? You talk to EI, man. Say EI. Because get what? He.
Like we just on the phone. Say he asked for my number. He was like, bro, I ain't doing the Instagram shit. What's your number?
Yeah.
Like shit. He like shit, bro. I love you to death, nigga. He was like, shit, I was getting y'all beef. I ain't had shit to do with it. He like, bro, I love you to death, nigga. I ain't never got down did the shit you just did, like posting the nigga. He like, bro, when them niggas be around, they be around these niggas.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was like, shit, bro, I got much love for him. I always love you. Like, shit, I just can't be around you. You feel me? I like shit. Same way, nigga.
Yeah, exactly. And then get what? And then like you say, when the family separated, get what? He get what? For him to have a phone, he got to be tuned in. Get what? From my understanding, by me being tuned in with these folks, get what? Everybody that was separated, like new folks and goddamn my little folks, get what? All them just for the went up on the word. Like Shawty cleaning all this shit up, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, bro, cleaning all this shit up. Like all them niggas for to be up on the third word. Like everybody, my understanding from head, tweet, from goddamn new folk, like all them for to be third word right now. You see what I'm saying? And Shawty making these folks prove they loyalty. Like, shit, I ain't finna just let y'all niggas scream this shit and I don't feel like y'all finna be loyal to this shit. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, so shit, for him to have a problem with G Baby, shit, he better tune in where the shit. That shit, where the fuck was y'all?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. So shit, I know he ain't trying to call buddy. He better goddamn call and tell me into my see the shot away, cause man, Shot ain't playing, boy. Shot on some other shit, boy. Shot back on his old mechanic and shit, boy.
He good. I get no what.
What happened, bro?
That's why I got down. Funk going at it with these niggas, with them boys out here and everything. I said all this shit there, like we don't know who to trust.
Yeah, see, Funk just called me by oh yeah, you right there, Wood, when you just called by yeah. See, that's what I'm saying. See what I'm saying? Like Shawty, see that word, man. Boom. So that's what I'm saying. These niggas goddamn. That's why I say Shawty really get what a lot of these niggas, man. I don't want to say much on this phone, but a lot of these niggas that ain't rocking with goddamn, man. They gotta clean this shit up, Scarface.
Yeah, for sure.
Cause that's the only way it's gonna be right. You see what I'm saying? Like a nigga supposed to be that way. A nigga supposed to be cleaning them niggas up anyway. You see what I'm saying? Like we shouldn't be going around coming out our house trying to see, you know what I mean, worry about who the fuck, why another who got like we supposed to be clean these niggas up. Like we really supposed to be ran them niggas ass especially out of Canterbury. We supposed to be ran them niggas ass out of the hood, bro.
Right now, like they've been going on for back. They knowing what nigga was on back then. Like, bro, nigga used to lose my money.
Running them out of a hood that they don't even own. That's insane.
Like, man, you can't trip, bro. Like, man, bro, got too much going on. We don't want no part of that. Like, be around for protection, though, bro.
See, a lot of them niggas were envy Woody too. Like, them niggas were mad because we was around Woody and we fought with Woody. So if Woody bust his gun, we bust down too. You know what I'm saying? Like, but we really get away. We were bullshit because we supposed to be wipe them niggas out the hood. Like, from shooter to bull to all them. Man, we supposed to be random niggas ass out the hood, bro. Like that serious. Because them niggas the one really be bringing them niggas ass over there, bro.
Yeah, bro.
Like 90. Like I be here. Like,
So Lil Woody is the trigger man, and they riding for Lil Woody. Allegedly.
Bro, like that shit, bro.
Yeah, man.
Like that's why I say a nigga on some other shit, but they gotta be careful too, cause get away though, bro. If we ain't putting these folks on those shirts, Scarface, get away. These niggas kick that gang shit, but these niggas has send us down through there, bro. They'll send these folks set up, bro.
Yeah.
If we ain't putting these folks on some shirts like "Rest in Peace,"
I'm getting too old. I ain't finna be old ass nigga, no fucking jail cell, boy.
Yeah. When you go to court, bro?
Man, I don't even know, bro. They just ride me, bro. Like, them folks got me feel like they don't lost my paperwork, bro.
Damn.
That's why I say, but see, they could that bitch ass nigga when it took a one out on me, bro, and that shit don't look good, cause, you know, get away though, you know, every time I come to jail, though, you know, the only time I come to jail when a nigga goddamn took a one out on me.
Yeah.
The only time I ever get locked up, bro, I don't get locked up for the crime that I do out there. I don't get locked up for that, bro. I get locked up because a motherfucker, you know, either sent the bitch to go take out a one on me or a nigga don't took a one out on me, bro. That all time I come to jail.
well, you're locked up now for the crimes you allegedly did, and possibly for the crimes you didn't do.
I don't know, bro, but I think something good gonna come out, cause I ain't locked up for nobody. Like they ride me like I got it. I don't know, bro. I'm just living on faith, really, bro.
Yeah, most definitely. I feel like it's gonna be alright, but like I feel like you been riding it long. Like they had something that was sent to this court.
Yeah, that's what I said too, right? And I don't think I'll be anymore. Damn near going on 2.5 years, bro. Man, I'm just living on faith though, bro. I'm gonna let faith, whatever faith decide, bro. I'm rocking with it, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm rocking with it, man. Yeah, bro. What the hell, goddamn?
Living on faith. Wow.
You been goddamn. I know you staying out the way and shit.
Yeah. I've been with him. I've been with his ass.
Yeah.
Like I've been with his ass, making sure he's straight, man.
Yeah, they're right too. See, he got to move a little better too, though. Get what? When nigga get that money, get what nigga got to do, though? Nigga got to start going to spend that money, spend that money, send that shit out there so a nigga get that shit out there. You know what I'm saying? Like, they got to do it. Man, they got to do the right thing, bro. Get what? You know, I'm in the room with goddamn with Kelvin Cleveland, right?
Yeah.
Man, you know, me and bro being in motherfucking mud about some little shit. We was just talking about goddamn, we was just really, we was just really talking about Spider, like, I shot got all these goddamn paper, but really letting these folks really just get the really ups on nigga ass. You know what I'm saying? Like, ain't no way, bro. Like just being real, bro. Ain't no young nigga his age. Shout out the richest young nigga in Atlanta, Georgia, bro. Ain't no nigga having more money than Shout, bro.
Yeah.
Nah, he age, hell no. Like, come on, bro. Nigga ain't having that much more money than Shout, bro. Shout supposed to be having that shit. Shout supposed to be cleaning that shit up, bro. Like, no, man, Shout supposed to be cleaning that shit up, bro.
Like you just look, just see how it is now. Like, and then got some corny ass niggas him, bro. When we was around him, bro, like, you know, we still gonna do. You know what I'm saying? We still gonna do it anyway, but like,
yeah,
you feel me? Like, man, damn,
that shit ain't right though. That shit ain't right, bro. Like, that shit ain't right, cause look what happened. You know what I'm saying? Like, look how many niggas we like. Look how many niggas that we be around that don't supposed to be gone right now. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, for real, bro, like, these folks don't supposed to be gone. Like, these are niggas that we know we gonna be with. You know what I'm saying? Like, I ain't got to speak on no name, but you know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm saying? Like, ain't no way in the fuck these folks gone. And these some niggas that we be around, like, bro, ain't no way in the fuck you let these folks get up on nigga like that, bro.
Most definitely.
Like, come on, bro. Like, niggas lose, like, that shit crazy the way a nigga lose. And these niggas really laugh. Like, these niggas smiling because they like, that's all they been waiting on. You know what I'm saying? Like, that shit crazy, bro, for a nigga be having that money like that and be really stingy with that shit. Like, spread it, like, spend that shit. Don't matter if you feel like you're going to take a loss. You can't take a loss when you got money like you. Then you richest young nigga in the city.
Yeah.
It be crazy. That shit, you get with it. I ain't like, that shit, get with it. This is my opinion. I be really thinking Shout to be setting nigga ass up, though, really, bro.
Bro?
Hell yeah.
Nah, the boy behind me here, boy.
Man, I'm trying. Hey, listen, man, bro. I'm telling you, bro. I be thinking that shit be a setup, bro. Like, Shout to get so comfortable with a nigga ass. He just be want to, man. I can't explain because I really don't know. But Shout be having nigga in them motherfuckers. You know, nigga be in the jail cell thinking all tight, like thinking outside the box, bro. Like, that shit be crazy, bro. Hell yeah, bro. Like, man, that shit crazy, bro. Knowing these folks' mama crying. And you ain't making these nigga mamas and dad cry. Like, man, come on, bro. Like, that shit be wrong, bro. That shit be wrong. That's why I be telling. It be what I said. I'm like, see, you talk to D. He like, yeah. I'm like, man, tell y'all Elmer's phone. I just want to hear his voice. Make sure I just want to hear y'all niggas voice. Cause y'all the niggas that I know. Like, y'all my little brothers, bro. Like, so I know whenever I do get out, y'all be the one I call and be saying where y'all in and pull up. You see what I'm saying? Like y'all, like y'all niggas my close, like y'all niggas like, oh mom, but shit that way, y'all my little brothers, and I know that way, I know I still gotta do it to protect y'all, and then vice versa, cause I see how y'all rock, you know what I'm saying? So you, Eddie, just name a few, y'all the one that I'ma call whenever I do touchdown, like y'all niggas be the ones I'ma pull up on. Y'all, you see how I rock out there, bro? I don't be putting up on them other niggas ass, cause I know these niggas they wanna knock me out, bro.
No niggas, I know it, but like,
crazy, bro. That shit crazy, bro. And then he just holding my eye. I ain't even know that nigga y'all was signing TIG, boy. I ain't know that.
man, but you'll never know, like, these niggas, bro, these niggas hitting like
Shit crazy. And he supposed to be, I'm gonna add, bro. I'm gonna call Cole tonight, though, man. I'm out there world last night, see if he talk that nigga, ask him what's up, shout out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do that most definitely tonight. I pull up on you tonight. I'm gonna see what's up, shout, cause I ain't talked to him since he been locked up. I wanna see what's up with him though.
Yeah.
The G-Bay 1 hour, boy. Man, he can't, he gotta, whatever they do got going on, get away. Not that he got, but get away. G-Bay gotta let that shit go too, though, because we ain't trying to lose nobody else. Like, whatever they got going on, they got to squat that shit.
Yeah, this is different, but like, yeah, shout out feel like, listen, I know, like, the whole city know about Gritty. Like, man, me no home ain't bullshit. He don't listen to me, bro. He lit like, you don't been some shit, like, like that chill on my face. But like, I'm knowing he ain't going out by no hoe. And get what, like, when bro just out, he with me every day. Like, I got the hood. Like, ain't nobody gonna fuck with him like he got him. But like, I don't take shots out here because y'all do that, now y'all hold more other shit.
Yeah, exactly. More definitely right. You more definitely right. What the hell G-Baby locked up for?
He just maxed out. He just on the 7th floor with. He just maxed out April 1st, so he probably like on regular flow now. He was locked up. He went down the road for probation. Now he out there finding some little bullshit.
Yeah, I think he on the 6th floor. I'm
on the 6th floor. I probably got to call that down.
Yeah, I can call it. I can find it. I'm gonna find out. So
who else I got a phone, bro?
On the 6th floor, you know, you got a little
No, they had a phone. I told that whole his G came in up, bro.
But what you talking about? No, you talking about Woo the little pop?
Yeah, that my boy. I went who I brought bro around.
Oh, for real, y'all.
Yeah, Woo gonna shout the guy. He in the back rocket. He was like, when he saying on me, he was like, well, I had to add like, what it is?
Oh yeah, I was on shout the goddamn before I got online. I know he used to send
Yeah, man, that my boy, man. They got him fucked up though. Yeah, they got him fucked. He in the same dorm I was just in. Sick.
For real?
Yeah.
Look, you know little Bible up there. No little Bible up there from.
When I was up there, you know, fuck brother, man.
I already know it, but yeah, they who goddamn, the nigga little B there, yeah, he up there.
Yeah.
I think football too though.
I was in the Thunderdome. He was over there like with the old folks.
Yeah, that nigga, he's still up there. I think he's staying on. I think he up there on.
Yeah, hit me later on, Fred. Let me know what's going on.
What you trying to get G-Baby? He ain't got no phone. You trying to get him online?
Yeah, nah, I can tell the girl to call me. I was just saying like that call me.
Okay. I got you, little bro. Hey man, be safe out there, bro.
You already know that, bro.
I love you, bro.
I love you too, man.
All right.
So, Your Honor, just a couple things to address. On this call, he's clarifying which Quay, because both Mr. Huey and Mr. Nichols go by that nickname. Some people call them Quay. And so he says not JBS Quay, Jonesboro South Quay, which is defendant Huey, the one that got locked up with SB, and defendant Nichols and Stillwell are both charged with the murder and locked up on the arrest warrants for the murder of Shamel Drinks. So he clarifies that. And also investigator Viverito, who is going to be introducing these wiretap calls, the ones that the court deems admissible, she will be explaining items like that. So the jury should not be confused about this specific who he is referring to.
All right.
In addition, Your Honor,
All right, so
yes, Your Honor.
I'll overrule that 403 objection. Go ahead.
And Your Honor, familiarity with what is going on in different criminal street gangs, some that you're allied with, some that you have a problem with or commit violence against one another with, is intricately important. And so Demikion Garlington speaking with Capo Frank, again, this is after this protection of Miles Farley, a YSL member and also charged with the murder of Shamel Drinks. So this conversation, they touch about a lot of topics and understanding who has a problem with who, has implications both in prison, jail, and outside in the free world. And so it is and what happens is Demikion Garlington, and wiretap, they play calls, they minimize calls, but in these calls, there's a telephone game that goes around. So information that Demikion learns, he has conversations both before and after this where they share information. And it's important to know information about what's going on in terms of criminal street gangs or street gang members, because if someone has a problem with you and you don't know about it, you can get shot. Or if you go to a certain location and you don't realize, you need to be well aware of what's going on. It's important for the criminal street gang conspiracy itself. And so there's a number of topics that they address, specifically where people are in the Fulton County Jail, because again, if problems arise, they need to know where people are so that they can either have protection or know who else is around them. Also, Your Honor, there is discussions about, there's a moment where Demikion Garland, they're discussing G-Baby, who is very close with Kenneth Copeland, and EI, who is Eric Kendrick from Mechanicsville, used to be 30 deep, and then I believe he rolled up or kind of transferred his gang allegiance to Goodfellas / PFK, Play for Keeps, which is a subset of Goodfellas. And so when they're discussing this, Demikion says, I told EI they had money on my head since 2015. And he says, and then the guys clarify, talking about EI, and he says, nah, Lucci. What he's referring to is Demikion Garlington. They had money on their head because of the murder of Donovan Thomas. So here you are in 2022, and Demikion Garlington is discussing, he references TIG records. These are the same TIG records that was discussed in the context of January 10th, 2015, that we currently are in terms of in the trial with the jury. And so all of these, it's important for Demikion Garlington and YSL Street Gang to know about and learn, because Franco Cap has a lot of information in the Fulton County Jail. And there's multiple members when this call is made that are locked up in the Fulton County Jail. And so all of this information is important to know both inside the jail and outside. So it furthers the conspiracy and it keeps abreast of the conspiracy. And that's why the state believes that it is admissible and relevant. And the statements, it provides cohesiveness and reassurances, because there's concerns if you're in the Fulton County Jail and someone's having violence begot to them and there's no protection. And so that is the state's response to the defense of objections.
Okay, I'm going to overrule the relevance objections. You didn't address the one objection about bad character. Do you have anything to say about that?
Your Honor. And specifically, was it Mr. Sharp referencing bad character of defendant Stillwell?
Right.
And from my notes of this call, the references to, I don't believe that they reference defendant Stillwell exacting violence on anyone. So and Mr. Short, I have a lot of notes on this, and so I'm trying to find the specific part.
It's towards the beginning.
Yes, Your Honor. It was right before we adopted it the first time. And it wasn't reference specific violence. It was this gentleman, and I keep calling him this gentleman because I don't believe that to be this gentleman, Frank, that the state believes it to be, which potentially I would think that kind of takes care of all their arguments if they don't even know who this person is. I don't know if they can determine what conspiracies are being furthered or anything else. But in addition to that, it was a reference that this gentleman was making. It seems to me that he's in jail. And he was saying, I was just with Shannon in jail. He was on my floor, and then he left, and now he's right back with me again. That suggests that my client is repeatedly committing crimes and ending up in jail.
Okay,
So
if that's all it says, I mean, that could just mean he moved to another floor and now he's back. So if
Well,
it's
I
not
think-
more specific than that,
I think it says he got out and then came back, and he said, I'm disappointed, which would not be something that would typically be said by someone who switched dorms. But that's I have more general objections, but I guess I'll just wait. But specifically to that character objection, that's my argument.
okay, well, if it's nothing more than that, then I'm gonna overrule that. So what else? Let me ask, is there any portion of this that is just chit chat that y'all don't need?
Your Honor, I have notes on the call, but my time hacks of, are not they're not in like 30 seconds. So I will I can take a close look and try to get as precise and exact on, given the length of this call, Your Honor.
Okay, I think everybody would appreciate that.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, I mean, there was some discussion about being able to spend money, if you were as rich as so-and-so. And I mean, unless there's something that is relevant to, goes to,
Your Honor, what I'll endeavor to do, and I don't ever like to write a check I can't cash, but given we have these days off, not days off, but days in court addressing motions, I would like to, yes, Your Honor, I would like to endeavor to provide this to everyone so that we can address it ideally tomorrow or Friday, so I'm going to try my hardest to get that redaction, Your Honor.
great, thank you. All right, so why don't we break for lunch right now, and then we'll come back. And we don't have a jury that we need to feed today, or, give them time to eat. So it's 12:25 right now. Do we need a whole hour? Can we just take 45 minutes and try to get some more stuff done? 45 minutes, so 12:30. So why don't we be back and ready to go at 10 after 1. I think that's 45 minutes.
straw man of what we're expecting. They don't have, there's no indication at all that I've seen that Mr. Garlington is, now there's certainly an indication that he's selling drugs, but that his drug dealing exploits have anything to do with Mr. Stillwell. Other than he talks about selling people pills on the same phone that he happens to use to talk to Mr. Stillwell and other people, but that's not really a nexus. So again, we're just so to me, all of what Garlington has going on, unless there's some link, is completely irrelevant, and it's also subject to 403. But on top of that, when we talk about, Mr. Atkins just brought up, and I'm having a little difficulty following the call, and what Mr. Garlington's saying, but about bond money. Okay, if Mr. Garlington's on a phone call talking about so-and-so paid so-and-so else's bond, the state needs to figure out, who's going to testify and provide live testimony to this with personal knowledge, because just talking about what other people have done in the past is not, to my understanding of the law, is not going to fall under a co-conspirator statement. So we have both those issues, and I just don't think that the explanation that the state gave really addressed either of them for this call.
Okay. So is all of the discussion about the money, that's, what is that? Is that everything in the past?
Yeah, yes, Your Honor. Garlington is discussing how much money they gave him for, I believe, his own bond in a prior case.
Okay. So it's his own firsthand knowledge about his own, what he got?
Correct, because he says B Slime McMain, and B Slime gave me 800 and McMain gave me 500.
And how is them discussing that,
So
furthering the conspiracy?
yes, Your Honor. So the narrative of past events can be in furtherance if it serves some present purpose. So the state's position is him discussing two other, who the state believes are YSL gang members paying for his bond,
Right.
fosters some cohesiveness. He's talking with Mr. Wright, who is to the state's understanding, an allied gang of 30 deep, which Garlington, Mr. Copeland, and defendant Stillwell, the state sets forth, used to be a part of, and then it kind of became part of YSL. All that aside, that's the state's argument, is that him discussing this, of the money they gave him, fosters a present purpose of cohesiveness.
Cohesiveness with the allied gang?
Yes, Your Honor. Because the speaker, Garlington, he has to be a part of the same conspiracy as who it's held against. So the state's position is that YSL member Garlington is making that statement. That's the state's.
Okay, I don't think that one meets the
Yes, Your Honor.
conspirator exception. And then okay, was there any further argument on the shell kill portion?
From the state, Your Honor? Or?
The defense? Anything beyond relevance on that?
objection about. I mean, the state articulated what their interest in this call is the fact that Shell Kell, in the argument they just made, Shell Kell's name just keeps getting brought up. Well, okay. I mean, even if that's true, his name keeps getting brought up, and even if to them that has some sort of relevance to the overall story they're trying to tell, we don't have a declarant at this point that is testifying. And I don't, there's no exception. I'm not trying to be smart, but to my understanding, there's no exception to the hearsay rule that, the state just gets to say, well, we think it's interesting that someone's name gets brought up a lot, so we want to admit it. I don't see how it falls under 801D2E or anything else. It's just he's talking about past events, as I understand it. I have no idea if he's talking about past events he has personal knowledge of. My guess would be he probably doesn't, but that's speculation. So I just don't see how any of this is admissible. I guess I'm just keep going back to the fallback position. I'm arguing to exclude things, but the fallback position is we're not talking about live testimony here. We're talking about the state playing a tape wiretap. And to me, that requires them to jump through extra hoops, including how it falls under a hearsay exception, and you're just not doing it.
And so how is this part of this conversation in furtherance of the conspiracy?
So, Your Honor, the notes I have is Garlington. He says Holmes talking about someone else who's not Mr. Wright, not Mr. Garlington, is definitely tripping with the Shell Kell stuff. And then Mr. Wright says, I don't mess with them, plural. But he's like, oh yeah, I got some for him, whoever gets him. And he says the guy is tripping, and he says, and then Garlington says they got him, talking about the same male, in a car. They just seen the boy with him. Talking about this male he's tripping with the Shell Kell stuff because they think he's in a car with him. So it's the fact that they are concerned or discussing someone associating with Shell Kell that the state feels is relevant. I think there also is an argument here in terms of, because the state is not going to be articulating who this person is, there's a non-hearsay argument in terms of it's the fact that they're concerned someone's riding around with Shell Kell. And in terms of the truth of the matter asserted of is Holmes riding around with Shell Kell or not is not why the state's introducing it. It wants to show the jury how they're freely discussing someone who is possibly riding around with someone that they consider a rival gang member. That's the which in my mind falls under both, but almost is more applicable as non-hearsay, because the state's not going to be arguing or asserting if this person actually is with Shell Kell or not. It's just the way they're talking about that.
Okay, but, all right, so they're letting each other know then, though, that, so here's this person, Holmes or whatever, that you need to be on the alert. He's hanging with Shell Kell is this basically the.
That's how I interpret from listening to what they're saying, Your Honor.
All right. I think that would pass the 801, whatever it is, D2E test. Okay.
Your Honor, the next three go together. So PDF page number 3200, 3202, and 3206, which are reference numbers 3171, 3172, and 3177. They're all on April 9th. The first one is at 7:33 p.m. The second one is at 7:35 p.m. And the third one is 7:41 p.m. So they're in a span of 8 minutes. And the reason I wanted to give this backstory is because they all kind of play off one another. And so I'm going to, I don't know what the defense's position on these calls, but I wanted to play them back to back to back. They're quite short, and then address the court.
All right, well, is there going to be objection? Yes.
The same thing. It's relevance, and they appear, I think a fair reading of it is, it appears to be Demekion Garlington involved in general criminality.
The state's going to play PDF page 3200 first.
Okay.
Hello. What's up? You got a slider? What is that? They coil. Oh, they coil, man. I'm tripping. No, that's what we looking for one now. Damn. Where the hell you at? Right here with the op. You with the who? Yeah, I'm with him, buddy. You know I ain't gonna talk on no phone. Oh, for real? Yeah, at the West End. At the West End? Yeah. Damn, man. Hey. And he ain't got no car. Your girl just pulled out in the car. For real? Yeah, that whole peanut just pulled out. Damn. Who up there with him? Nobody up there by himself. He got something on him? No, I don't know. I just came up here gambling. But he just got the little jewelry on him. All right. Let me call you right back. All right.
Your Honor, we're now going to play 3202. Where you at, bro?
What's
GG.
Oh, yeah, I just came to the house. I was on the block.
I'm right here riding through right here. I just got a car that boy Johnny got down around the way, so he got something on him.
For real?
Yeah, I thought you ran away. I was gonna come pick you up.
Damn, I just left from this side.
I know how that shit is. But you far out and
Yeah, I'm from Nola.
oh yeah, damn.
Yeah, they say he ran around with it though.
Yeah, he got that gamma house. I ain't in no slide. I was just gonna goddamn. I'm finna see how I'm finna do this shit though. I'm finna goddamn. I probably need to put paper tag on them motherfuckers.
And just call let me know, man.
All right. 3206.
I can't grow.
Hello? Hey, you ain't got no iPhone, like?
Yeah, nah. Why you say that?
Nah, I want to talk on the phone. I was finna tell you something
I'm gonna get pieced. I'm gonna get pieced up on right quick.
just like FaceTime, cause they can't hear on that FaceTime shit.
I'm gonna FaceTime audio you.
All right. So, Your Honor, the 3200 is DeQuellis Boyer, who's Little Quill. He's the brother of DeMarco Boyer, who the state believes is affiliated with Paradise East PDE, an allied gang of YSL, and is the brother of the phone records we discussed in August with Boyer. This is his brother. And so the next call at 3202 is Antonio Sumlin, the gentleman whose tattoos and the gun we were discussing, who was a defendant who pled. And so the first call, Little Quill calls Garlington and says he's with the ops. And he says his girl just pulled off in the car. Peanut just pulled off. I believe he's talking about a female whose nickname is Peanut. And then Garlington's like, well, who's up there with him? And he says he's up there by himself. And he asks him, does he have something on him? And Little Quill says, I don't know. He has jewelry. I believe they're referring to, does he have a gun on him? And then 2 minutes later, he calls Antonio Sumlin, another YSL gang member, and he says And the person they're discussing is named Johnny, who at the time in March 22 was having a public Instagram dispute with Garlington. So they had problems with one another. He says that boy Johnny is around the way. Sorry, my problem. Apologies, Madam Corporal. He says that boy Johnny has something on him. How far out are you? And then he says, they say he's riding around with it. And Garlington says, I'm not in a slider. I'm fixing to do this shit though. Paper tag on this mother effer. So what he's referring to is a slider is a car you can quickly go do a crime in, a paper tag, you can't get caught. And then literally that was at 7:35, Your Honor. At 7:41, he calls back the first gentleman, Little Quill, and he says, do you have an iPhone on you? I got something to tell you, but I can't talk on a phone. FaceTime me because they can't hear. And I believe when he says they, he means the police, law enforcement. They can't hear on that FaceTime shit. And then the call ends. And I believe so. The state, for one, you have two of the three murders in this indictment involve these rental cars. And so the fact that he's talking about in a very short span of time, he gets word that this opposition or someone he's beefing with, and then within a couple minutes, he's calling Antonio Sumlin to help him and referencing getting paper tags and a slider. The state feels this is certainly in furtherance of the co-conspirator for what the state feels are apparent reasons. And that's why the state wanted to address these three together, Your Honor.
All right, I'm going to admit those over objection. Yeah.
Release, Your Honor.
Yes.
Okay, so the state starts out by saying that this is Lil Quill is what I got, but last name Boyer, who's the brother of DeMarco Boyer, who's not charged in this case, and who no one really even heard of until 60 days ago. The fact that he's DeMarco Boyer's brother, to me, has no relevance. Mr. Atkins provided some context to this that I wasn't unaware of. I wasn't aware of, but apparently, according to the state, Mr. Garlington, as an individual, was having some sort of social media feud with a man named Johnny. One of Mr. Garlington's friends named Boyer, who is not this gentleman, other than being on this wiretap, is not, to my knowledge, not mentioned anywhere in discovery. Calls Garlington, says, hey, I see this person that you're having some beef with, I guess. And then Mr. Garlington lays out his plan on what he's going to do to Mr. Sumlin. Again, I don't know it to be Mr. Sumlin. The state's saying it's Mr. Sumlin. I'm not doubting that. But what I just keep going back to, my client is in jail at this time. There's absolutely no indication that Mr. Williams is in contact with Garlington. Mr. Nichols is in jail at this time. I'm really struggling to figure out how I concede common sense listening to this call. It appears that Mr. Garlington is planning some sort of crime. I don't know what it is, a robbery or whatever he's planning on some gentleman, some individual he doesn't like. But what this has to do with the group at large, I'm completely lost on. And 401, 403, and then 401 and 403 seem to be major issues that would need to be addressed before these calls are admitted into evidence. And so I don't know. I think I concede. Of course, I don't represent this gentleman, but I concede that Mr. Garlington's involved in some criminality through these calls. But that's not really the issue. But it's going to lead to, my concern is a lot of confusion of issues here. And again, there'll be no one to cross-examine about some of these matters. Even when we get to the hearsay exception, sure, I concede that in certain context, asking someone to ride with you or to talk through a plan to get at one of your enemies, personal enemies, would be potentially an 801 D2E situation if the conspiracy that's taking place here on this call was the conspiracy that is charged in this indictment, but it's clearly not. So I just don't see it. And I think it's going to be very confusing to the jury just to hear a conversation of two people who are not going to be testifying about some private animosity against some unknown person named Johnny.
Okay. State want to make any further record?
Your Honor, if the court would like further argument from the state believes that the initial arguments set forth of for one, the first call is letting Garlington know that this person's up here. So it could have been anyone. It's the fact that he gets notified, and what does he do with that information? He immediately calls, essentially immediately, a couple minutes later, Antonio Sumlin, who is, again, someone who was charged in this indictment, pled, has YSL street gang tattoos on his body, and the state believes Garlington and Sumlin are both YSL gang members. And so Sumlin doesn't ask a lot of questions. He's, in that brief wiretap call, it's essentially,
Okay.
So the state feels that this meets, it's actively talking about going to shoot somebody between two YSL gang members together.
Thank you. All right, my ruling stands. All right, 3501 is our next reference number, I believe.
Yes, Your Honor. And will be PDF page 3534.
Okay, and I see, just so that I let y'all know, we need to circle back on this. I think we all just got a letter from Mr. Arnold's attorney about scheduling, which I have not been able to read, but we need to figure out whatever she's saying about that and sort it out and get her an answer scheduling wise, okay? All right.
Your Honor, did the court want to keep going with?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I just saw that come over the email, so I want to put it on our radar.
Yes, Your Honor. And
Yeah.
this call, $35.43, this is referencing, this references what I discussed earlier about the jail, that they put Miles Farley in a room with Quay and Nard. So he says, Nard just called me 2 days ago. And this is in reference to what's going on in the jail. I can play it, but I just wanted to give that back story context.
Okay. And so what is this going to be? Trying to get him protection, like a conversation about that? Or what?
Yes, Your Honor. Give me 1 second. I'm pulling up my note. Yes, so this 3534 is Garlington speaking with Unfunk, who's Mr. Greer, was a defendant on this case and has pled. And they're discussing, Mr. Greer has spent some time in prison and was affiliated with the Goodfellas, the gang that, when I was discussing the Capo Frank. And so Garlington calls him and Mr. Greer says, hey, call call him and he says the mob and 9 Deuce, talking about the mob is also in reference to Goodfellas, and 9 Deuce, which is part and parcel of the Inglewood family. YFN just jumped on Little Miles, and Garlington's like, for real? This is like when they're first learning about it. And then they say, hold on, let me start a 3-way call. And he asked what floor on Rice Street. And then this sets off a cascade of events of trying to get to the bottom of who were these mob members in jail who teamed up with YFN to hurt Miles Farley.
Okay, well, I mean, I don't know that I need to hear it. Is there objection to this? And if so, is it the same one voiced or one's voiced about the prior calls about getting protection for Miles and sorting that out?
It is, Your Honor.
Okay, my ruling would be the same then, so this is admissible. So then our next one is 30, where is it? 3510,
Yes, Your Honor.
3543. Okay.
And
Is this the same thing?
It is, Your Honor. And so that statement summary that in the center, I'm going through these in terms of, I didn't bracket them by subject matter, so to speak, but this pertains to the same incident where they're trying to get a hold of the individual in the jail to help get to the bottom of what happened.
And I'm sorry, who's he talking to? at this
So
point?
in 3575, Your Honor, he's talking with So I believe he's talking with Finquarius Nard Minder, who is incarcerated at the time, is also the individual who was rooming with Marquavius Huey.
So basically, do the next 4 or 5 all have to do with this, or 6?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So they are relevant. However, can you get that story in without using 11 or 12 different
Yes.
wiretaps?
Yes, Your Honor, I will look at all of these and
Okay.
see how to coherently get that through with as
Okay, so
not
take a
all these
look at the
calls.
ones, that we already addressed, as well as these next. It looks like at least 6, right? And pick a few, and let's just use those and not every, we don't need probably every little detail of all of it.
Yes, Your
Okay,
Honor.
all right. So narrow. Okay, so then that would take us to, well, I guess 30,
769, Your Honor.
looks like it's still the same thing?
So this is a little different.
Okay. What's this one?
So give me 1 second, Your Honor.
Okay.
This, I'm finding my notes, but this is when he's speaking with whose nickname is Bobby Hunt, Khalif Adams, and who was a defendant on this indictment. I'm going to pull up my notes, or transcript, I should say. Yes, Your Honor. It's the call I was thinking of. He's speaking with Khalif Adams, who's in prison, speaking on a contraband phone.
Okay.
And the state's going to play this call for the court.
Yo,
Yo,
what it do, twin?
what's up?
What you got going?
I just woke up.
Your phone, yeah, your phone ringing. That nigga Nook down there with you. You at Hayes, ain't
Moon just came out
you?
here.
He had to come up.
Oh, they just told me. That's what they just told me came out
They
here.
got him on the cell too, though.
Yeah, I probably get my shot.
You get him out there?
He can't come out here with all that fun bunny shit. He fuck up all my
Nah,
shit.
I already told him that. I already told him. I said, bro, got down.
But that nigga,
You know, he don't be on no bullshit unless it comes to him, though. You know, I was just in the dorm with him, bro. He be chilling. Only reason, like, he gonna go is, like, you know, they was on him on that other shit, saying he did that, but bro, ain't, you know.
no, that's it, man. My shit.
Yeah, they were saying that about Shawty, like, I asked you dog about the shit, you feel me? Like, no paperwork.
Yeah, you mob niggas in here right now, too.
Huh?
There's so many mob niggas in there doing.
You said so many?
It's something about 8 of that. That shit ain't too much, man.
Yeah, but them niggas has a book, but for sure. But yeah, I don't got down though. Like, yeah, he just like, bro, this shit high as fuck now. He told bro, I need a tablet. He like, man, tell Hunt, man, I got down. He trying to pay for a tablet.
Yeah, I'm finna see. They supposed to really come Monday for these tablets. It's Tech Squad will come Monday for these tablets.
You say you got what?
I said the Tech Squad supposed to come Monday for the tablet.
Oh, for real?
Yeah, so I'm really finna see how they work their move money. And now I know what I can do for his
Yeah. Well, you over the whole, all what the hell you over here, Hunt?
Huh?
I said, what the hell you over, like, what you over the camp or you over goddamn all this shit?
Well, I'm over CERN down a lot of shit.
What you talking about? we talking, you ain't even talking to poke ass?
I haven't talked to nigga.
What?
Nah, I've been talking to Twin, man.
Twin.
I've been talking 10 o'clock.
Yeah, I stay talking to the clock. I don't be talking. Say what?
I talked to Clock at him up down there, but I also been doing a little bit.
He down there with Lil Who?
Huh?
You say he down there with Lil Who?
With one of my little brother.
Oh, okay. Man, he saying, man, it be back locked up.
How did he get locked up?
One of them niggas had got.
Yeah, but I thought he got out from that shit.
Nah, hell nah. He didn't get out.
But yeah, what I was gonna say, I'm gonna pull up on the nigga at the tilt oil back there. That work. He worked back here. The tilt oil live my dorm. What dorm he said he was in?
I had them DM'd it to you. Hold on, let me see. I didn't say he ain't got he in G1 106.
Yeah, so I'm gonna pull up on those food in the morning.
Alright, I'm gonna tell that nigga he
you said G1 what?
G1 G1 106.
106. Yeah, I'm sending food back there.
Alright.
I'm sending a bag of food back there. He needs hygiene too.
Yeah, you know he probably need all that.
Yeah, I'm sending some of that shit back there.
Alright,
Who they came from, nigga, in G1? Man, fuck all that, nigga.
When he call me, I'm gonna try to call you if you up.
Yeah, I'm up now.
Alright.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yes, Sean, that is the entirety of the call. I'm not sure what specifically defense objection is to this portion.
My objection are similar to the ones that regarding this subject matter of Mr. Farley's in jail and people are messing with him. So those previously
Okay.
stated objections.
So you had, Mr. Atkins said that there was some different subject matter than just that in this call.
So, yes, Your Honor. So at the time of this call, I believe he's in Hayes prison and says he's in Hayes, if I'm not mistaken. But Khalif Adams, Garlington's calling Khalif Adams and is describing who I believe is John Quavius Hood, a 30 Deep member. He's coming to prison, and Mr. Khalif Adams is a high-ranking member in prison. And so that's why when Garlington's asking him, what are you over? Like just your cell, your row? And he's like kind of saying, I'm over a lot of stuff, and I can get him a tablet, as in a contraband tablet, what the price is. And so he's trying to get clarity on when John Quavius Hood is getting to the prison that Mr. Adams is at. And so Garlington, and Khalif Adams was indicted on this case as an indicted co-conspirator. And so you have Garlington speaking with him of basically how to facilitate helping someone transition to prison or get items that they need. And so the easy access between prison and someone on the outside, who's Garlington, and helping either friends of YSL gang members or associates have a smooth transition to prison and be set up or squared away, the state believes furthers the conspiracy.
And who is it that they're gonna set up? Who's about to show up at the same prison?
Mr. John Quavius Hood is who the state believes that they're discussing.
So John Quavius Hood is someone that I'm not familiar with that name from this case. I have heard the name before, but not involving this case, not in this discovery. So again, I don't, and Khalif Adams can, claim that he's running things in prison. I would love to ask him some questions about that because that's a pretty easy claim to make. I don't anticipate that he's going to be testifying. So I won't be able to ask those questions, but I don't understand to the extent that we're going beyond the Miles Farley situation, what Demekion Garlington calling Mr. Adams, who's claiming to run the prison that he's at, to get a tablet for John Quavius Hood, has anything to do with any of this.
Okay, how are you establishing Hood being relevant to this?
So, Your Honor, it's twofold. For one, Mr. Hood's, again, this is from listening with and talking through what is being said with the APD gang detectives. So with the investigators on this case in terms of what's being said, who are these individuals? And so Mr. Hood is affiliated with 30 Deep, which was what Demekion Garlington used to be. Before. And he's speaking with Khalif Adams, who again was an indicted co-conspirator on this case. And so not only is there some level of, in the case law, in terms of cohesiveness, someone on the outside with one call speaking to a fellow co-conspirator on the same indictment in prison to help, whether you say that he's doing this for his friend, Mr. Hood, or an allied gang member, that conversation they're having.
All right, I think that's a bit of a stretch. I mean, I understand it, but given that this is not even an alleged YSL member, but some affiliated gang, I'm going to exclude that.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, what's our next one?
The next one, Your Honor, is going to be PDF page 4082 falls into the same category in terms of there's two sections we wanted to play about discussing the mob and Nine Deuce jumping on Miles Farley. And then there's also a portion that discusses this song that Garlington had. And so let me get my notes and play that portion because it's different than the subject matter of the jail. So I'm going to play, Your Honor, 149 to 250 on PDF page 4082.
They got I really been like
Fuck with that studio.
Yeah, I've been fucking around. I really just need to. I feel like the same shit, really. Like a nigga just hopping on songs and shit. But I got a cover song by myself, but nigga, man, we got me and Cole got down. We got the little song. Man, these folks fucking with this motherfucker. We ain't dropped it yet, but we really gotta we gotta redo the shit so we can goddamn take the pain.
You know who? You know who?
I what?
You said who else on it with you?
Lil Cole, my cousin, we just got that.
That been hard.
And that motherfucker's too hard. Them folks, add dog back that motherfucker.
I'm gonna add Doc back that motherfucker. Damn, man.
So, Your Honor, this specific portion is not this exercise with the wiretap started with specifically exclusively co-conspirator statements, but this really is for a non-hearsay purpose. And there is multiple calls where Garlington is discussing this song he made where there's like two versions. One version, he's like directly referencing and probably dissing Shell Kel. And so he keeps saying, I got to take his name out of it. So this is one of those. The state wasn't going to play or not intend to play multiple of those calls. So this specific portion is for a non-hearsay purpose of the way that Garlington is cognizant of what is in a song that's publicly released and how that can impact law enforcement. Because the general theme, and I don't have on the top of my head the other calls where he mentions this. I have them in my notes, but not readily accessible. He says stuff along the lines of if something happens to him. So he's like, we got to redo the song. We got to take his name out of it so that it's not as overt or clear in case something happens to him. And so that was the purpose of why the state wanted to introduce this. Whether he made the song or not make the song, I do not know. But the fact that he is discussing and aware of, don't say too much, like he wants to make it realistic, but not too realistic because he can get in trouble if something happens to that person.
Okay.
So is this call off the sheet that was sent? Because I'm seeing on the screen it said 4062. On this it says 4082. I just want to make sure we're talking about the same thing.
You're correct, Mr. Sharp. It's reference number 4046, PDF page 4082, and there's two time hacks. So the 1 minute and 49 seconds to 2 minutes and 50 seconds was this portion. There's another portion that references what happens in the Fulton County Jail, but I just played the portion that, because I wanted to highlight it's not a co-conspirator statement. The state's not alleging it's for a non-hearsay purpose.
Maybe it might be my eyes failing me. I thought when I just looked up at the screen, it said we were playing 4062. Okay, my eyes are failing me. Good to know. So I don't, again, having to change. We're not talking about Mr. Garlington saying, okay, I'm about to go harm, as I understand it, Mr. Watts, or hey, let's plan to go harm Mr. Watts. From my understanding of the call and explanation given by the state, it's I made a song and I need to take out references so if something happens to him, I don't get blamed for it. Not seeing the hearsay link, and certainly I understand that the state or the hearsay exception, but and I understand the state saying it's not hearsay, but Mr. Garlington saying I made a song with reference to Kelvin Watts. I don't know how that's not for the truth of the matter asserted. I mean, to make the point the state is trying to make, that lyrics need to be changed for it to make any sense to the jurors, they would have to accept the first part of that statement, which is I made a song with Kelvin Watts, references Kelvin Watts in it. They would have to accept that for the truth of the matter asserted for any of this to make any sense. So I believe it is hearsay, and it doesn't fall under any exceptions.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to be objecting also, and maybe I'm wrong, but these conversations have to speak for themselves. It seems like the state would be violating 24-7-704B if they're relying on an investigator to come in and talk about the mens rea or the intent or the meaning of these words. I understand that an expert may be able to talk about a certain phrase or a code word, and that's under Blash, B-L-A-S-H versus State, 318 Georgia, 325. It's in Division 4, 898 Southeast 2D 522, 2024 case. But if what Mr. Atkins is saying is that the investigator, I'm assuming is Investigator Viverito, will be listening to a recording and then explaining to the juries the meaning, I have an objection to all of these. I know I have no standing because Mr. Williams is not on these wiretaps, so I've been relatively quiet, but I will be objecting that the investigator gives some overall closing argument for the prosecution to say this is what's going on. So I didn't want, and you're making rulings, and I wanted you to take that into consideration if you don't mind.
All right. Were you saying that one of the detectives or investigators is going to say, here's what all of this meant?
So, Your Honor, this wiretap and on the state's witness list, this evidence of the wiretap is in Detective Viverito's folder. So
Right.
she is who is going to be, and we have the T3 custodian who is going to, the state intends to lay the foundation for admissibility.
Okay.
But these wiretaps will be introduced through or published when Investigator Viverito is on the stand.
Okay. But is she then going to interpret them?
So, Your Honor, could the state get back to the court in terms of I don't want to misspeak to the court about what, different members of the team prepare different witnesses. So I don't want to, if you can give me a brief moment in terms of I don't know exactly what Investigator Viverito is going to be testifying to. What I was referencing is in terms of who, for example, she's a gang expert who can rely on hearsay in terms of, as any expert can.
Yeah.
Who is Bob Smith? Bob Smith is XYZ, right? I know he's a member of this group because I personally seen him or arrested him or whatever she says. And I know it's different depending on what she's talking about, but in
Right.
terms of, I would like more time to accurately brief the court on this issue that Mr. Steele just brought up. If that's all right with the court.
Okay, but you hadn't already said that. I mean, that's
Said what part, Your Honor?
that your argument for this portion coming in didn't have anything to do with that, right?
Not for him change, no. And in terms of this specific clip, he doesn't use the word shell cow. So like this short 40-second term, I believe that's what he's referring to because of other wiretaps. But we've obviously reduced the amount of wiretaps we're introducing. And so this, I believe this one kind of speaks for itself in terms of.
I guess that's what I'm getting at.
Yes, Your Honor.
is you're just going to have the jury listen to this, and then you might argue later what it meant or didn't mean. But there's not going to be a witness who gives their rendition of what it meant or didn't mean.
For specifically this taking the name out of the song,
Yes.
I don't believe she was, and that's why I don't want to misspeak because I don't.
Okay.
I will confirm, but the state's intent was believes this specific portion of I need to take his name out of the song somewhat speaks for itself, but
All right. So then, Mr. Steele, I'm not sure I'm following your 704 objection.
I don't hear the word shell cow, so I assume that somebody, the state's going to have somebody, I assume it's the investigator, Viverito, say what they're talking about. And
Okay.
no witness can get into someone else's mental
Well, that's
state.
what I'm trying to get a handle on, is whether this is going to be some other witness who then says, here's what I think this meant, or whether the state's simply going to let the jury hear it and then later they're going to argue, here's the state's theory on this, because those are definitely two different things.
yes, Your Honor. And to be clear, I mean, what happens quite frequently, and APD gang detectives and investigator Viverito, who is listed as a gang expert, could discuss is how what's said in songs, whether true or not true, impacts what happens in reality in terms of the cases, the shootings, someone dissing someone and what response. So if that the jury can combine evidence in the trial to make a determination. I do not believe investigator Viverito on this. We play this portion and she says, I'll tell you 100% Garlington's talking about shell cow and the song was titled XYZ and there was two versions. That's not what I understand she will be speaking about. I had to, on this specific point, and it might be because Mr. Garlington, was arrested at some point. That's, I don't know exactly what song he's talking about. It's just the fact that he's cognizant of and careful of what he puts in songs.
Okay.
So on that specific part, I wanted to make that part clear, Your Honor. And in terms of, yeah.
So we have this case where the district attorney gets in front of the press and says, Mr. Williams shouldn't have been putting these things in songs.
Okay, well,
And then-
what the district attorney said in front of the press is not
Well-
come into this trial.
Well,
has it?
they're trying to use lyrics, but then when someone says, well, I should take lyrics out of a song in case something happens, then all of a sudden it's scandalous. It just doesn't make any sense to me. Like, how could Mr. Garlington, if it was relevant to anything, how could him saying, maybe I'll not put this song out here in case, not saying, oh, because we're about to do something to this man, in case something happens to this man, which it's not named, and so I don't want to take that away from Mr. Steele's argument. It is not named who that person is. Somehow that's indicative of guilt too. It's like,
Your Honor, are we allowed to, the court's question specifically regarding the 704 issue? I didn't understand Mr. Shart's response just now to speak directly to it. And I just want to make sure that we're addressing exactly what the court asked us to address just a moment ago. Could the court tell us in the context of what Mr. Sharp just said?
I don't think Mr. Sharp was addressing the 704. I think he was addressing what his earlier objection was, which is sort of, well, y'all heard it. I'm not going to rephrase it. Well, okay. And then I guess one thing that Mr. Sharp did say is, how is this really a non-hearsay purpose? Don't you have to sort of accept a part of it as for the truth?
So, Your Honor, the state, my understanding of this portion in terms of whether it's Garlington discussing removing words in a song. I'm not, he says it like definitively, I had to redo it and take his name out of it. So in my mind, the truth of the matter, sir, would be like Demekion Garlington changed the name and made a new version, but it's the way that he is cognizant of what he's saying and how it could implicate him. And part of, from the state's position and kind of what Mr. Sharp was alluding to is, you want to get close to the line, but you don't want to say like, I went to 300 Main Street on May 4th at 2:42 p.m. in a red Corvette and I shot Bob Smith in the head. That's too obvious. You could get, if you actually did that. So you may say, you may allude to it, but you don't want to be so obvious with it that law enforcement says, well, yeah, we have you on camera in that exact same car at that exact same time. So it's a little bit of a gamesmanship in terms of publicly discredit someone else so that they know what you're talking about, but there's some plausible deniability if something happens to them where it's just a reference or a allusion to it. So yes, Your Honor, you may.
Really got now. I really been like, oh, oh.
Fuck with that studio.
Yeah, I've been fucking around. I really just need to. It's still like the same shit, right? Like a nigga just hopping on songs and shit. But I got a coach song by myself, but man, we got me and Cole got down. We got the little song. Man, these folks fucking with this motherfucker. We ain't dropped it yet, but we really gotta we gotta redo the shit so we can goddamn take the same.
You know who? You know who?
I what?
You said who else on it with you?
Lil' Cole, my cousin, we just got that.
That been hard.
And that motherfucker's too hard. Them folks, add dog back that motherfucker.
I'm gonna add dog back that motherfucker. Damn, man. I'm ready to get on this. I got so much shit.
You do?
That it? That's the whole thing? All right, I'm gonna admit that.
And so, Your Honor, the next call is reference number 4635, PDF page 4672. And this is Garlington speaking with Mr. Copeland.
Hello,
And
hello.
What's
Yeah,
up?
nigga, I could hardly hear you. What you?
it's fine. I mean, I was just gonna ask, is the summary of it, that's essentially what it says?
Yes, Your Honor.
And the purpose of it would be
So,
consciousness of guilt, what?
so it's a number of things. One, Mr. Copeland is telling Garlington, you better be careful on social media because I just talked to, I believe he's talking about Mr. Sledge, said there's a 43-man RICO indictment. This jail call, or not jail call, this wiretap call is April 23rd of 2022. So the indictment was May of 2022. And there's another call we haven't gotten to yet on Tony Sumlin's where he's basically saying this why Copeland is in jail, in prison, gang task force, there's some issues in jail, and they're coming at him. And so someone says, I also talked to Copeland, and he says, basically this YSL stuff is hot, and you better fall back. It's actually another male calling someone, referencing the conversation. And so, to me, this is a co-conspirator statement in furtherance of the conspiracy because Copeland and Garlington, by warning him that, hey, we don't know if it's true or not.
Right.
The timing and what they're discussing is pretty close to when this indictment came out. It wasn't 43, but it was 28, but nonetheless, it's him warning him, hey, be careful. That's what Sledge just told him.
Okay. Any objection to this evidentially?
Your Honor, relevance, again, we're talking about two individuals that are not sitting here at trial, and I don't believe that they purport to be speaking on behalf of anyone here at trial, and any motivation they would have would be self-preservation. So I believe it's hearsay, but leave it with the court.
Okay, well, it is hearsay, but I think this comes in under the co-conspirator exception, admitted.
We only have one more from Mr. Garlington's wiretap, which is reference number 4959, PDF page 5000. And we believe this, Mr. Garlington is speaking with the same Mr. Wright we had discussed earlier. And we're going to start at 28 seconds and play to 1 minute and 41 seconds.
Okay, well, is it accurately summarized? Is that the gist of what I need to know?
Yes, Your Honor. This is the call I had referenced earlier when we were discussing drug sales.
Okay, is there an objection?
Yes, this is exactly what I was talking about. Garlington is selling drugs on his own to fill his own pockets and has nothing to do with my client. Garlington claims that my client, who at the time of this call is in jail, mind you, so it's nothing that's happening as they're speaking.
Well, I don't know about that. I mean, it seems to me that we've got plenty of evidence here that lots of people in jail have access to phones and social media and what have you. So
Point
that
well
may or
taken.
may not.
Point well taken. All right, so, but he is just basically almost jealously or saying, boy, I wish I could sell drugs on the internet as well as Shannon used to, or as far as I've seen Shannon
At
do.
some unknown time period.
Yeah,
may
right.
have.
And
Okay.
and so, you know, I'm not acknowledging that Shannon was selling drugs in 2022 on the internet, but even if he was, that has nothing to do with what Garlington has going. This is actually proof that Garlington and Shannon aren't some unified drug dealing organization. And so Garlington's just saying, yeah, I don't know how Shannon does it, and I wish I could do it, and this is what I would do. I mean, it's hearsay. It's not in furtherance of any conspiracy. It's bad character evidence, and it's irrelevant.
think this kind of falls into also the category of a declaration against interest in terms of their discussing amongst each other their drug sales, how to sell more Percocets. And he's like, you should try putting it on Instagram. And so in terms of getting through a hearsay objection, the state feels the most applicable exception to what they're talking about, which is selling Percocet pills, is there's some indicia of reliability because they're making statements that, if it was that Mr. Wright and Mr. Garlington is against their interest to be discussing. And so in terms of if they're being, so that's the state's primary argument is, discussing how to better sell narcotics and talking about their own narcotics and essentially dealing and how to boost sales, basically.
I suspect that Mr. Sharp's problem with it is not the two of them discussing it. It's the mention of Mr. Stillwell and his alleged methods for selling illicit drugs.
Correct.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so
the state, so his objection is a bad character or?
I mean,
Well, the declaration, we litigated this on a different matter, but the state tried to argue declaration against penal interest. The thing about declaration against penal interest is you're allowed to declare things against your own penal interest. What you're not allowed to do is declare things against other people's penal interest.
well, that doesn't get it in.
Right. And so that's my issue.
So it's essentially, just the kind of gratuitous mention of what Mr. Stillwell might be doing. Like, where's the foundation for why, or not the foundation, but the exception that lets that part
In terms of it being bad character?
and hearsay?
So the state feels that Garlington making that statement, I guess, and I could be wrong, my mind, him discussing how Mr. Shard's client is successfully selling Percocets on Instagram and how Mr. Wright needs to try that strategy is wrapped up in my mind in the same, he's making that statement about their own drug dealing. And so I view it, and the court may view it differently, but I view it in that bucket of a statement against interest. It's part and parcel of that.
Let me listen to it.
4G, man, got an hour for right there. They had run to serve somebody. They probably be back already.
He probably, I thought he said he was on Boulevard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't want to put them. You don't want to put them perks on your page, bro.
Oh, what perk?
Perks I got.
You want to post? I post.
Nah, I know you know.
I don't never. My shit never sell for Instagram, bro.
For real.
Bro, I always post personal shit. My shit never sell for Instagram. That's why I don't read them doing that type of shit.
Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah, my shit never sell for Instagram. I was like, what the
Nah,
fuck?
I seen that nigga, if he doing that shit, bro, that's what he was getting hit.
Yeah, nah, he was doing that shit. Some folks will be, they'll be hit when the motherfuckers gone and shit. Like,
Yeah.
man, the motherfuckers gone.
Yeah. So
You get the thing. Billionaire hoes and get the riding by where you be at and shit, you for the motherfucker.
Yeah.
I supposed to know. Somebody might bite.
Damn, man, I don't pick it up.
Your Honor, upon further consideration, the state cannot play this.
Okay. There with
I'm thinking through what Mr. Shart said and my thoughts, and so.
All right. Okay, so that's the end of the Garlington wiretap, I believe. And who's the second wiretap?
It's Antonio Sumlin. He's in a little different category because he's someone the state intends on calling at trial.
Okay.
So, I mean,
Should we need to address this right now, or?
I don't believe we do, Your Honor, because a lot of his call, I mean, there is some that I believe are co-conspirator statements, but he's also a testifying witness. So some of these are going to be more an impeachment.
Okay. All right. Well, I mean, obviously, some of these say, and a lot of these say entire call, and I don't know exactly the length or substance of what an entire call is, but it seems like if it's to impeach, then depends what he's saying, and maybe I do need to know beforehand what's on there to know whether it's actually impeachment or not.
Yes, Your Honor. And I guess I should be, the state believes that these 9 that we included, if Mr. Sumlin was not testifying, the state's position is they are co-conspirator statements. I just wanted to highlight that, unlike Mr. Garlington, we are expecting him to be called. So we have 9 highlighted, so we can turn to Mr. Sumlin's if the court wants, Your Honor.
Okay. Let me cross out the ones that y'all aren't intended to use for any purpose anymore. Okay, so of the 9 that the state might end up using, so let me ask the state. So you expect to question Mr. Sumlin and have him essentially testify as to the substance or whatever it is that you wanted, you just expect to get it in through his testimony, and only if he doesn't testify as expected, would you then turn to these, or what?
We would be asking him about what is in those calls.
Okay.
I think it might be helpful to litigate them, but then it would just be impeachment. I don't know whether there are any particular objections to the subject of these calls. So it
Okay,
can't
so
hurt to.
I guess maybe we'll find that out first. So these 9 calls that might potentially get offered, is there going to be objection to any of these? To the substance within them, or?
So, as I understand what we're saying, it's kind of like the Quindarius Zachary prior statements where the state's not going to seek to admit these, but just as impeachment, and we just want to know if the subject matters are off, should be off limits in our view. Is that?
So I think, so if, I guess if they end up being offered, is there going to be some, assuming they would be properly offered for impeachment, is there some other objection?
And Your Honor, I'll also say, just to make it clean, we should probably proceed as if we're going to offer them, because even if the witness is testifying, they are still admissible co-conspirator statements. So rather than mix those two together,
Okay.
we'll treat them like we're just going to offer these 9.
Okay. All right. Let's take a quick restroom break, and then we'll come back. Let's take 10 minutes, come back at 3 and tackle these. Bless you. Bless you. I'm sorry it's so cold in here. I'm trying to get it adjusted, but. I think they just got sick of the message that they needed to turn it down more, and they got really extreme with it. For everybody, no, Mr. Williams. Okay, well, while we're waiting for Mr. Williams, there she is. Can y'all approach for a minute? And actually, stateside, while they're doing their tests, if y'all have had I don't know if y'all have had a chance to look yet about what Ms. Merchant sent, but sounds like, okay, y'all can take a look at that now. Sounds like she just wants the couple of things she asked before, which is that amount of notice and to honor her leaves. So I don't know if y'all got an idea, when you want that witness, but y'all can be looking at that maybe at the same time. Oh, wow. I'm looking at my images. I didn't
I assume it's going to be the same answer for everyone ultimately if one person wants to be there. And so I think the group answer is that the clients are going to be present or would like to be present.
Okay, so then it will need to. We can do that tomorrow and it'll need to take place in the courtroom, but I mean, this is not really a part of the trial. So it's just a gigantic in chambers conference with everybody here, but not actually in chambers because we don't have the capacity to meet in chambers with this number of people. So, okay. All right, so that'll be our plan for tomorrow. It will be recorded, but it will not be a part of these trial proceedings exactly. It's just a meeting. Okay. All right, so that is settled then. So that's what we'll plan to do in the morning. And then frankly, if we get finished with that, I don't know if y'all have gotten together yet on where everybody is with regard to what you think has come in as evidence and what hasn't. But that would be another thing that's not really, it's more organizational, but that needs to get done that y'all could also do tomorrow. Okay, and then we'll, I would imagine, be back for trial proceedings, non-jury, on Friday. I don't think we're gonna get through everything today, but, okay. All right, well, let's at least keep plugging along. So on these Sumlin 9 wiretap portions, is there a defense objection to any of them? And if so, which? Don't everybody speak at once. Maybe that means there's no objection. Or there would be no objection. Hmm.
Yes, Your Honor. I have some objections. I'm going on the assumption that I guess when I'm voicing my objections, and correct me if I'm wrong or you'd like me to do it differently, Your Honor. I'm going on the assumption that Mr. Sumlin is testifying, and a foundation for hearsay is laid. Is that,
So, I mean, I guess the last thing Ms. Love said before the break makes me sort of wonder whether she intends to present these as something other than in the event they're offered for impeachment.
Yes, Your Honor has it right. The state at this point, we do tend to offer it to use it as co-conspirator exceptions to the hearsay. So to tender the actual cause, we believe that there's.
Okay, then how would they be, if they're not prior inconsistent statements? Sorry. If he testifies and he doesn't testify along the lines of whatever is said in these calls, then you would offer it as a prior inconsistent statement. Is that correct?
It would be, but that's just one that's one way we believe it's admissible. We also believe that it's co-conspirator hearsay, which would be admissible even were he not testifying. So
But
irrespective.
if he is testifying, then how are they both admissible? If it's not a prior inconsistent statement.
So when you,
how are you getting it in through him?
so no, we would not be putting it in through him. The reason I said to treat it as if we were not going to use it just for impeachment purposes is because they are actual calls that are admissible irrespective of whether or not he testifies. So
You're losing me there. How? It's a prior statement of a witness who's testifying at trial. It would seem like it would have to either be a prior inconsistent statement or a prior consistent statement when there's been some suggestion of fabrication.
So, Your Honor, my understanding is that he does not, let me actually pull up the support for my position before I speak so
Okay.
that I'm speaking clearly. So the court's question was, if he's testifying, how is it admissible if it's not a prior inconsistent statement? Is what I understood the court's question to be.
Or a prior consistent statement if the prerequisites for that are met.
So hearsay is an out-of-court statement offered for the truth of the matter asserted. So regardless of whether someone testifies or not, hearsay it's still hearsay. And if we were to use these statements, there has to be some exception that allows it in. One of them would be if it were not actually hearsay, but were simply a prior inconsistent statement. Well, one way to get it in would be if it were a prior inconsistent statement.
Correct. Yeah. I
The
don't think
fact that-
anybody questions that if it ends up being offered as a prior inconsistent statement, then that would be a way it could come in.
Right. The other way is, irrespective of whether it contradicted his trial testimony, it's a hearsay. It's still an out-of-court statement the state offers for the truth of the matter asserted. Therefore, it is still hearsay under those circumstances. Therefore, it would have to be subject to a hearsay exception to be allowed in.
Right.
So therefore, it would also be admissible, permissible evidence as as an exception, a statement by a co-conspirator of a party during the course and in furtherance of the conspiracy, 801 D2E, i.e. 801 D2E. So it's admissible multiple ways as evidence many times is. Irrespective of the availability of the declarant.
All right, well, I'll sort that out later. What are the objections? There are objections to the 492, page 493.
Reference 492, relevance, hearsay. 1057. I don't, relevance. 1059, definitely relevance. Potentially hearsay. Uh, 1384, relevance, 403, especially Mr. Dorsey's, what Mr. Dorsey says, also hearsay, because again, this is Dorsey speaking as well as Mr. Sumlin. Two, 442, hearsay. I believe that that's being utilized to serve the truth, well, for the truth of the matter asserted and to link people to the quote unquote web. Two, 712, hearsay. About what Mr. Copeland told him. Two, 2805, hearsay, especially as to what Mr. Dorsey says. Mr. Sumlin specifies still that these are statements by Dorsey on this call. And 2980, relevance.
Okay. Okay. Does the state want to address those?
Yes, Your Honor. And the first two, 493 and 1064, so the first one, Your Honor, that is really one of an impeachment category in terms of Mr. Sumlin at the beginning of this wiretap gets a bunch of text messages in a relatively short span of time from an unknown number. and he gets progressively angrier. And these messages are, and I was trying to pull them up. They're not on this wiretap, but some of them reference his friends who were murdered. And so he starts escalating what this number calls. So when he says, call me from a text app, you're not saying nothing. He's kind of mumbling to the phone of this person who was calling him or texting him. And he says, I'm ready, drop the dot, as in drop, send your location. I'm on Cleveland, or I'm at the Chevron on Cleveland, pull up. I swear to God, I'm gonna go out with a bang. That the state is not intending to offer that as a co-conspirator statement. On some level it is, and I was trying to pull up the text messages that are tethered to this, Your Honor, so that the court could get some clarity on what leads up to this. It's primarily for the way that these text messages give reference of kind of like where he is, and it's somewhat territorial of the locations. So I'll pull up these text messages that are in the wiretap that the court hasn't seen.
What the scenario, they're saying not for a co-conspirator. So like, is a scenario where this would be admissible, like if they ask Mr. Sumlin on the stand, have you ever been to Cleveland Avenue? And he says no, is that?
Your Honor, what is, our position is that number 1 and 2, our position is that number 1 and 2, we will use those of the ones that we've identified, we will use those to impeach if necessary. So when he says call from a text app, I'm not saying anything. That's a call that is better put upon this witness to have him talk to the jury about why it is that he is asking that someone call him from a text app. One of the ways that they conceal their illegal activity is using other applications besides traditional cellular service. So that one, and number 2, the second one, which was page 493 and page 1064 and reference number 492 and reference number 1057. Those 2 are better as impeachment if necessary. So all Mr. Atkins is saying is that rather than offering those 2, we will ask questions of the witness. And to answer Mr. Sharp's question about what it is the state would be asking, when you use a text app, why is it that you would prefer a text app? Why would you have someone, if you're talking to somebody on a telephone, why would you do that? Or if there's an objection to relevance, why did you do that? Did you do that on a particular day? And why did you do it? To explain what it is that text apps do that cellular service doesn't. In other words, it doesn't allow you to monitor it in the same way that cellular service. So the content of those 2 calls are, we believe, good and fine impeachment information.
Okay, and so that might be less than the entirety of those 2 calls.
Right. So the information we would get out is what I just said. Of course, we would be asking him about what dropping a dot means. He refers being at the Chevron on Cleveland. In his factual acknowledgments, he talks about that location. And so the entirety of the call would not be, we wouldn't need to play the entirety of the call under these circumstances. It would be, these are questions we'd ask the witness.
Okay, so that would just
take us down to the
need
next.
to be dealt with at the time, I guess. But I guess if he doesn't say those things, then that is available,
right? Yeah, that
for impeachment and potentially substantive evidence. Okay. All right. And then this 1059, 1066. Who's Yayo?
So, Your Honor, the state believes that Yayo is YSL member Eric Moore.
Okay.
And on this call, Mr. Sumlin is speaking with Christian Eppinger on a contraband phone, obviously an indicted co-conspirator. And the state would, playing this call for the court is helpful for argument, and the state feels it's important to play this call.
Okay.
Hello? Hello? Yo, what's up, baby? Hey, bro. Hey, what, you with that nigga Yayo? I ain't got. Nah, I ain't with baby. You got blue? Alright. Nah, I said Yayo. Nah, I don't know where Yayo at. I ain't with no fucking Yayo. I was with him yesterday. Yeah, tell Yayo I'll do something to him. I can't wait to tell him. Yeah, tell him I'm gonna do something to him. Quit that. What? I ain't even gonna, huh? What the hell that nigga did? No, you know exactly what I'm talking about. That shit. You know exactly what I'm talking about. That shit with Lionheart. No, I ain't even talking about that, but that too. He telling on you? No, I ain't talking about that. I'm talking about, you know, I said, you know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about. You was there with him, right? Yeah, I was there with him. I don't know. Oh, you took. No. Huh? What you talking about? I don't know what you talking about, baby. Man, they just told me I just took my little folks shit, man. Oh, the little light skin? Yeah. Did it. Somebody on rant. That's my folks, man. That's my folks. What'd you say, Bree? No, they're my folks. I ain't, man, listen here, bro. I ain't nigga locked up, bro, so nigga feel like nigga try me any type way, bro. But I ain't going for that, bro. I ain't going for that, bro. If I have to become an op, that's what I do. Nigga ain't gonna be trying my folks, bro. That shit over with. I'm saying, Bree. Nigga already ain't fucking with me. Nigga not fucking with nigga, watch nigga in there, motherfucker. Nigga ain't sent nigga a dollar. Nigga ain't gonna be taking shit from my folks. They be sending me something, bro. I just got out, bro. I took something from him too. So what you saying? You said what? I said I took something from the nigga too. So what you saying? You ain't doing what I just said. You said yeah, yo. So I said I know you. I just said you know what I'm talking about. That's why I called your phone. You said what? That's why I called your phone. I know you. Yeah, that's why I said ask you what you was saying. Oh well, yeah, yo. Yeah, nah, hell no. Are you the same? That shit ain't smooth, bro. Are you the same one that did that money too, bro? You said what? You the same one? You the same one? Bro, I ain't trying to talk over the phone, bro. No, I ain't putting out money. I'm not putting out money. So what you saying? So what you saying? You want me to give him that back? Whatever. They don't deserve to have shit. And what I'm saying, bro, listen, I'm not talking about money. Fuck money. Yeah, but see, try to get the collection on Yayo. And I did it. You know what I'm saying? Man. Yeah, man, but yeah, he riding around talking about he's looking for me. Man, on my side, bro. Listen.
Listen, bro. Who you think got the man like that, Obama, bro? That's what I'm telling you, bro. He called, bro. I just talked to him, bro. He like, bro. So you folks done got man, bro. I'm like, well, what you talking about? He just told me, I'm like, man, hell no. But Yayo, bro, bitch ass nigga. But all the reason why nigga Yayo still out there, bro, because he don't know what's up with that nigga ass, bro. Bitch ass nigga, he ain't gonna be out here just doing shit like you just with the game. Fuck nigga, you chilling.
Yeah.
Come on, bro.
Hey,
Soon
when
shit go left, nigga, tell on you.
hey, when you talk to him, tell that nigga call my phone. We can meet up. I ordered him the business. I know that's your folks and all, bro. I know that's your folks and all, bro. But all that riding around talking about you looking for me, nigga, I'm at the Chevron. Oh, whatever you with.
Hey, Obama. So you telling me if a nigga do that to you, you ain't gonna be looking for him?
You said what?
So if a nigga do something to you, you not gonna go look for him?
I'm gonna be I'm gonna look for him, but I'm.
Well, listen though. I just told him. I don't give a fuck what you do to Yayo. Obama, that time he like, bro. He like, shit, that's fucked up. But nah, man.
I feel where you coming from, bro. I ain't know you fuck with that little nigga like that, but I ain't getting shit back, bro.
That shit crazy, bro. This same nigga that send me money while I'm in this motherfucker. Ain't nobody send nigga nothing. They gonna take man, they crazy.
Yeah, I just got out.
I ain't talking about you, Obama. I ain't talking about you. I know you just got out. I just found out you got today. I ain't know you. I thought you still locked up. Man, man.
That's when you talk to Sean, that's how they hit my phone, man.
Okay, is that the entirety of it? Okay. And so that objection on the floor is relevance. Is that the only objection you made on that one?
Yes, that is in 403. To be honest, you know, and I've listened to all these calls, but I'm having a tough time tracking. You know, I'm saying relevance, but in all candor to the court, I don't even know what they're talking about. So, I guess that's a good start for relevance. But if the state could explain the relevance, maybe I'd be able to respond.
Your Honor, I need to play PDF page 1052 for the beginning. It will give context to why Christian Eppinger is discussing Yayo the way that he is. And it's a call that is, so on this other call, this is my notes, one that we have not played. It's stating, you know that boy Yayo. Why you say that? Quay called him from the jail and they said something about he locked up for murder because Yayo told on him. Everyone in the neighborhood's telling me that. And the guy's like, I didn't know that, man. I swear to God. I don't believe him because Unfunk, who's Mr. Greer, told him that they just got off the phone with Quay. I don't know how true it was. Bree, the one starting all that rumor. And then he says, I don't know. I talked to him myself. I just seen him in Unfunk myself late last night. So I believe that Christian Eppinger is talking to Antonio someone about that because of this rumor that Yayo was snitching. I don't have any evidence that Yayo was actually snitching, but the initial reason why I had initially included, we whittled some of these down. And so you kind of need, and it's very brief, but this call doesn't make really any sense without the context of this conversation on PDF page 1052, which is April 7th at 11:14 a.m. This call is April 7th at 1:53 p.m. So they're a couple hours apart. So what I may do, because I think it's dispositive of, or not dispositive, but very relevant to the court's, necessary for the court's ruling, to play 1052. I'm going to start at the beginning because my notes have this coming up quite quickly in that call.
Rose, what's up, brother? Who you with? I called my girl on the way. Where you at? Man, I'm in the car, but tell them why. You know, you went up there when Yayo was mad tonight. Big Man said he snitched and shit. Nah, I went up there. Yeah, he was like, man, Big Man saying I snitched. Stone Way and this and that and third. But I tell why Tay came now and said the same thing. You know, Tay who you are, he came to AJ last night. He was like, man, y'all know that boy Yayo. I said, why you say that? He say, man, Quay called me from jail and said they blocked him. Like, they said something about he locked up for murder because Yayo told on him. Yeah, you know, everybody in the neighborhood told me that. Maybe I told everybody been telling me that. I ain't know that, man. You ain't know that for real? I don't like. Swear to God, bro. Everybody telling me that. I don't believe it though. Cause they told her, told her, they just don't dig out of the phone with Quay. I don't know how true it is, but they kept saying Bree the one who's starting all that rumor. Oh, okay. I don't know. I'm gonna talk to him myself. Yeah. I just seen him on phone late last night on the talk. So. Where you at? They pulled up to the store last night? Nah, we was at Wing and Seafood. And Uncle tonight he finna go back to LA. So where he finna.
So, Your Honor, that was the portion which that portion we just played is at 7:14 a.m. on April 7th, and the one we just discussed was at 1:53 p.m. In the States. I believe if the court deems 1066 admissible, you need to have that brief portion from 1052 to have context to why both Antonio Sumlin and Christian Eppinger on a contraband jail phone both indicted YSL co-conspirators in the RICO on this case are, and Eppinger's discussing that way. I mean, discussing Yayo about that in those terms. And it furthers the conspiracy by keeping abreast of, obviously, if he actually was snitching, they would want to know that. And two, it's how they're discussing this. And it reinforces the solidarity between each other, specifically Eppinger and Sumlin. And of course, snitching, or if someone, that term has came up and will come up a multitude of times in this trial in a number of different ways.
Your Honor, may I ask a question of the state? Who do you believe to be, like, we're kind of going back to that first call now. Who do you believe to be Quay?
Okay, but y'all aren't intending to introduce the first call, right?
Well, with this whittled down list, we did not. I quite frankly believe that may have been an error because the context of Eppinger speaking with Sumlin about Yayo makes no sense if you don't hear this conversation about the rumor that he is.
So we need to add that back in.
Yes, Your Honor. It's the first minute of this PDF page 1052 call, or 1 minute and 50 seconds because it's still on display on the screen.
So does it matter who they believe Quay is?
It does to me, Your Honor, and this is what, first of all, we have two Quays here,
Yeah.
but my stance and my belief is that that initial call and the context I have is Bree is the source of this information. I believe I know who Bree is that this Quay being discussed in the first call is neither of these two individuals and is a separate Quay that is not even alleged, I've never seen alleged to be associated with YSL. So if that's the first call that gives the context, then the second call, Mr. Eppinger is ranting to Mr. Sumlin, who seems to be thoroughly confused by the whole situation, about someone named Yeo, who's not mentioned in our discovery at all, other than this this wiretap. So he's obviously a very tangential part of whatever we're calling this. Yeo supposedly snitching on Quay. Now, I do believe that a relevance determination depends on what he's supposedly snitching on and who the Quay is. And I get, general, or not generally, but sometimes we say, well, that's a jury question. The state, in my mind, before putting up all these statements, need to know what these people are talking about before putting in front of the jury as just a baseline question. And I don't believe, unless the state can prove to me or show me that I'm wrong, I don't believe that the Quay that's even being discussed in either of these calls is anyone associated with this case or anyone sitting in this court.
Your Honor, I do not know specifically. I don't know specifically which Quay they're talking about. I know that I don't have any information from Atlanta Police Department of the person they believe is Yeo providing a statement to them. So I don't know exactly what they're saying he snitched on in terms of if they're talking about one of the Quays in this trial or another Quay. I do not, to answer Mr. Sharp's question or the courts, if the court's inquiring, I do not know if they're referring to the murder of Shamel Drinks or some other act. I don't know. So I want to make that clear. The state's intent with this call was to enforce how they discuss, the snitching tenant in YSL. If someone's snitching, they want to find out about it. And, Eppinger clearly wants to exact violence on this person if he believes he's snitching. I'm trying to think through in my mind, quite frankly, with, if this nickname instead of Quay was Bob, it would not create any confusion. The state's position would still be, it's how they're discussing this rumor of snitching. I understand, considering prior objections, that defense counsel like Mr. Matthews or Mr. Nichols' counsel would want to make it clear that.
Is there a way to do it without the name Quay coming in?
Yes, Your Honor.
Well, that would solve that one.
Yes, Your Honor.
And then, I would think that it is highly relevant how these alleged YSL members, some of them, I think, maybe established YSL members, are discussing the idea, if true, of one of their own snitching.
So, Judge, I hear the court. I would ask the court under 403 to require, if it's going to come in, obviously I'm not consenting for this to come in, but if the court believes that it comes in for that purpose, that under 403, that it be redacted, the name Quay, for confusion, misleading the jury under 403.
That is granted.
Thank you, Judge.
Your Honor, I understand, as I understand your ruling, it's not the specifics. It's Mr. Eppinger and Mr. Sumlin basically discussing the concept of snitching.
Yeah.
But my other problem is my understanding of that phone call. I don't view necessarily these two calls linked as Mr. Atkins does. It seems to me that Mr. Eppinger is upset about a robbery and returning property. That's kind of as I understood the second call, not a comment about quote unquote snitching.
There certainly seems to be a part of that that's what it seems to be covering, right?
That was the state's understanding, Your Honor. I mean, I never can perfectly know exactly what someone's stating in these circumstances, but the state believed these two were connected because of how quick they're the same day and a couple hours apart. So I don't, other than what I proffered to the court, I don't have any other additional information about.
Oh, yeah,
the
no,
robbery.
but like another part, other than talking about and seemingly being mad at the idea that Yayo might be snitching, there's also this discussion, isn't there, of somebody
Your Honor,
potentially
Stop this one
taking
before that.
somebody's stuff and
Your Honor, I believe with the 1066, we only played until 150. And so I think that comes after that.
what I understood is Eppinger ranting, Sumlin saying, what are you so upset about? Are you upset about this rumor of Yayo snitching? And then Eppinger says, no, that's not what I'm upset about. I'm upset about this robbery. So I could be wrong, but I didn't even on the call hear necessarily Eppinger speaking bad about the concept of snitching. I think he was upset about something completely different, and Sumlin was confused. And then,
well, we might need to listen to it again. Okay. Because if that's the case, then maybe it's not relevant if it doesn't have to do with him being mad at that.
Hello? Hello? Yo, what's up, baby? Hey, bro. Hey, what, you with that nigga Yayo? I ain't got Nah, I ain't with baby. You got blue? All right. Nah, I said Yayo. Nah, I don't know where Yayo at. I ain't with no fucking Yayo. I was with him yesterday. Yeah, tell Yayo I'll do something to him. I can't wait to tell him. Yeah, tell him I'm gonna do something to him. Quit that. What? I ain't even gonna, huh? What the hell that nigga did? No, you know exactly what I'm talking about. That shit. You know exactly what I'm talking about. That shit with Lionheart. No, I ain't even talking about that, but that too. He telling on you? No, I ain't talking about that. I'm talking about, you know, I said, you know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about. You was just with him, right? Yeah, I was just with him. I don't know. Oh, you took. No. Huh? What you talking about? I don't know what you talking about, baby. Man, they just told me I just put my little folks shit, man. Oh, the little light skin? Yeah. Did it. Somebody on rant. That thing yesterday. What'd you say, Bree? Nah, they're my folks. I ain't man, listen here, bro. I ain't gonna nigga locked up, bro. So nigga feel like they can try me any type of way, bro. But I ain't going for that, bro. I ain't going for that, bro. If I had to become an out, that's what I do. Nigga ain't gonna be trying my folks, bro. That shit over with. I'm saying, Bree. Nigga already ain't fucking with me. Nigga not fucking with nigga, why nigga ain't motherfucker, nigga ain't sent nigga a dollar. Nigga ain't gonna be taking shit from my folks, they be sending me something, bro. I just got out, bro. I took something from him too, so what you saying? You said what? I said I took something from the nigga too, so what you saying? You ain't doing what I just said. You said, yeah, yo. No, I said, I know you. I just said, you know what I'm talking about? That's why I called it up on. You said what?
That's why I called your phone call. I know you, yeah, that's why I just asked you to do it again. Yeah, nah, hell no.
Are you the same?
That shit ain't smooth, bro.
Are you the same one did that the money too, bro?
You said what?
You the same one? You the same one? Bro, I ain't trying to talk over the phone, bro.
No, I ain't putting out money. I'm not putting out money.
So what you saying? So what you saying? You want me to get him that back?
Whatever, they all don't deserve to have shit. And what I'm saying, bro, listen, I'm not talking about money. Fuck money.
Yeah, but see, try to get the collection on Yayo, and I did it. You know what I'm saying?
Man. Yeah, man, but
then he riding around talking about he looking for me, crip, man, on my side, bro.
Listen, bro. Who you think got the man like that, Obama, bro? So I'm telling you, bro. He called. I just talked to him, bro. He like, bro. Well, you folks, I got man, bro. I'm like, well, what you talking about? He just told me, I'm like, man, hell no. But Yayo, bro, bitch ass nigga. But all the reason why nigga Yayo still out there, bro, because he don't know what's up with that nigga ass, bro. Bitch ass nigga, he ain't gonna be out here just doing shit like you just with the game. Fuck nigga, you telling.
Yeah.
Come on, bro.
Hey,
so shit go left, nigga, tell on you.
Hey, when you talk to him, tell that nigga call my phone. We can meet up. I want to handle the business. I know that's your folks and all, but bro, I know that's your folks and all, bro. But all that riding around talking about you looking for me, nigga, I'm at the Chevron. Oh, whatever you with.
Hey, Obama. So you telling me if a nigga do that, you ain't gonna be looking for him?
You said what?
So if a nigga do something, you not gonna go look for him?
I'm gonna be hell yeah, I'm gonna look for him, but I'm.
Well, listen though. I just told him. I don't give a fuck what you do to Yayo. Obama, that family, he like, bro. He like, shit, that's fucked up. But nah, man.
I feel where you coming from, bro. I ain't know you fuck with that little nigga like that, but I ain't getting shit back, bro.
That shit crazy, bro. This same nigga that send me money while I'm in anymore. Ain't nobody send nigga nothing. They gonna take some. Man, they crazy.
Yeah, I just got out.
I ain't talking about you, Obama. I ain't talking about you. I know you just got out. I just found out you got today. I ain't know you. I thought you still locked up. Man, man.
Just tell, when you talk to Sean, just tell Sean to hit my phone, man.
All right.
So, Your Honor, after listening, I never thought he was talking about a robbery, but when Mr. Shart said that and re-listening it now, I thought it was tethered to the call earlier because I listened to these back to back to back, but I can miss stuff. And so I agree with Mr. Shart that it does sound like he's more tethered to someone robbing from a friend or family while Mr. Eppinger is locked up. What I will say in relation to this call, which may never have to come up, is if we asked Antonio Sumlin about speaking with Christian Eppinger while, from either a contraband phone or if he said, I don't know who he is, I have no idea, I've never talked to him, that kind of thing may play a portion of this, but will not play. I thought they were tethered together initially.
All right. So then not being offered on the concepts that we were originally discussing. And I guess that then means that other one's not going to be offered either.
So, Your Honor, for 1052, the state cannot play. I mean, on the one hand, the way that they're discussing this, the reason I hesitate, like in terms of the way that they're discussing the rumors of this person snitching on someone else, but given
because they're saying, well, I mean that too, but it's not really that we're calling about.
Correct, Your Honor. So at this point, the state does not intend to play 1052.
All right. So we all on the same page on this one? Okay. Okay, then the next one is 1380, reference 1384, page 1394. Dorsey, who is at this point an unindicted co-conspirator, right?
We dismissed against Mr. Dorsey.
Right.
Right, so he's, right.
But you would, are you still maintaining he's
He's definitely a co-conspirator.
co-conspirator?
yes.
Okay, all right. And someone on a call, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
And this particular portions of this call, so yes, they are Mr. Dorsey, given that we've dismissed his charges after his recent trial, portions of this call are captured in the indictment as I think count 56, and it's also alleged as an overt act in furtherance of the conspiracy itself, count 1. So both Mr. Dorsey and Mr. Sumlin are co-conspirators with the defendants on trial as to count 1. And this particular call furthers the conspiracy. I think it would be best for the court to hear the call before we make the argument. And if that's okay with the court, and to hear the specific objections before I just start narrating about our position, if that's okay with the court.
Okay, so sure, that's fine. We've got a relevance and a 403 and then a Dorsey hearsay objection. And sure, I'll listen to the portions that y'all intend to play.
Thank you. We're pulling it up.
Hello, this is a free call from
All right.
You already know who this is. Shout it out.
an incarcerated individual at the Cobb County Jail. This call is not private. It will be recorded and may be monitored. If you believe Securus, you may start the conversation now.
What the hell just happened?
Polo,
Yo,
I don't know what the hell just happened. Phone hang up.
you still in the car?
I'm in the car with 2 people.
What the fuck? Coach just hit for? Coach just scrubbed over.
Nah, he beat us about our money. He beat me on phone and trouble about our money. He probably won by goddamn whole time. Can't get on that.
Damn, I can't wait to slide out there. So I'm trying to go punch shit up. So I was like 1, 2 of them motherfuckers shot and then just ball back.
Man, I ain't got no
You
bad.
heard? I need like a, huh?
What's that?
I need like $250,000, shot.
Who
I
gonna
really need $500,000.
go get it soon as you come home, bro?
I already know it, shot. This shit destined for a nigga, shot.
I already know, bro. I need your fuck out you, bro.
I ain't gonna count, but if I ain't here, shot, no count, bro. Cause it like,
My phone asks
I
about you.
already,
My phone asks about you every day, bro.
you say, on phone ask about me every day.
And my phone asks about you every day.
Who? What you say, Twin?
I said my phone asks about you every day.
Who? Twin. Who? Your girl?
Yeah.
She ain't seen no nigga like me, shall
I
I keep that shit there all the way through, and then she ain't been hearing shit.
No.
And then them motherfuckers, I ain't doing no begging, none of that shit. I'm just tagging. My shit I got dull on too, man.
But my girlfriend,
Yeah.
my girlfriend tripping, bro.
I'm saying the one you on the phone with.
Nah, they poo poo.
I poo act like they tell poo chill, man. Look like for real, man. The real slaughter guy nigga, man. Realize you on that in the few. I be on that in the few, man. Like for real, so how this 4L shit go, man. Stuck with the slime now, man. Tell them how this 4L shit go.
I already
My shit go long, buddy.
Yo, what?
My trade.
That shit ain't longer than mine, nigga.
I feel blessed them, boy. Yeah, your shit probably a little bit longer than mine.
My shit 5 years.
Your shit not no 5 years, pop.
My shit down my back. I ain't cut my hair since I got out of prison.
Alright, but look though, remember you had the afro shit going on, child.
Yeah.
Yeah, your shit long.
My shit long as hell. My shit down my back.
Long. I ain't got number 2 years in.
Man, I can't wait.
I know you got this. And I know you got this shit on.
Do I?
Oh, well.
We're playing portions so the dreads part, that part is not necessary. I just wanted to put a pin in this particular part. We're going to keep playing it, but I understand that some of the portions we may take out, but we're going to just play it for context. Okay.
What? Man, I told me to come in. I'm gonna get out of their car, man. Cause they tripping.
What they come out?
I ain't open your door, lying man, nigga.
What people talking about?
Your name, nah, any girl name beautiful. She ugly though.
How the hell she get the name beautiful?
I don't know how she get the name beautiful.
She need to get that name back to whoever beautiful. Hey, beautiful, don't get that name back to beautiful, child, because you don't need that one.
Oh no, I call her ugly.
Boy, I done had Boulay on your ass. But Boulay been on your ass, boy.
Who?
Boulay.
Why you got the phone?
I'm out. I'm going home tonight.
Boulay been on your ass, boy.
What?
I've been having Boulay trying to find out where the hell. I'm like, where the fuck Obama at, man? Find this nigga ass. We don't know where the fuck Obama at. We ain't seen Obama in so goddamn long.
Yeah, I've been locked up. You need to tell Slime, you need to tell start out that business, bro. If I do something to him, boy.
I can't tell Slat nothing. Now, he just told me the slime, robbing the slimes out there. So I'm like, I need to holler at Obama so I can let Obama know the goddamn shut down. So he got too much going on. But now, you telling me it did nigga ass. You feel me? I don't. Shit, Sally, I've been knowing you before Slat. You feel me?
Yeah, I already know.
I bumped head with Slat. I ain't bumped head with you. I bumped head with Slat. I done dropped down. You feel me?
We'll never bump head.
You feel me?
Bro, we'll fight one-on-one. We'll fight one-on-one before we bump head, bro.
I wouldn't even fight you, Sally.
I wouldn't even fight you, though. I swear to God.
I wouldn't even fight you, bro.
I tell every nigga, bro, the situation. I'm like, the day I met Polo, my mama died, bro. Trying to pull me to the side, talk to me, put some sense into my head. We've been rocking ever since, bro.
Ever since. It's just been a rock. It's just been a rock since then. Ain't been no collisions or none of that.
None of that, bro. It'll never be.
Cause it how we rock, so we got a different vibe. Nigga, how we carry ourselves.
Yeah.
And we butt down. Every time we trying to butt down, nigga, we butt that shit down. Like, hey man, you done had my shoes on, I had those shoes on. Fuck you.
Come on, bro. You know I love you. I never forget the phone pilot, black and gold.
Yeah, phone pilots and the all red 12.
Yeah, for sure. But I love you.
I love you too, bro.
I love you like a motherfucker, bro. On my mama's soul.
I'm talking about to the point we like 47.
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
Pardon me right quick, man. Pardon me right. Stay right here. I ain't figured out the phone. I'm finna see my twin walk. Stay right here.
All right.
Goddamn big girl. Yeah. Need something funny. Let's talk these in. 16. 16. Pop out 16.
We're going to skip to 8:32. So, Your Honor,
I bought them. That'll be back.
we stopped at 6:42. I believe we're just going to skip forward to 8:05.
Question.
Wait, okay, nigga, yeah, wait, he leaves soon as why they talking to the they ain't nothing to talk about, bro. That's what I'm saying. What they there to talk about? I'm saying it's out here too, bro. Only thing they be talking about is copy business. Yo,
What the hell going?
we made that nigga pull back up though.
Y'all made who pull back up?
No, nigga, we been beefing with shit, killed him. So goddamn.
Shit. Oh yeah, them 9 do niggas.
Yeah. Yeah, them
Shit,
niggas.
kill some of that.
Huh?
Let's shit, kill some of that.
I don't know, he whacking shit out here though. I ain't gonna even lie about that one. Huh?
Shit, kill out there on the business.
Yeah, he out in the business, bro.
Man, so you just need to stay out the way, bro. Continue doing what you doing, bro. I already know you.
I'm handling the business. I'm handling the business too.
I already know how you coming, shot. I know, but that shit got down. What Thug got going on, bro?
No, he don't say that though. Oh. Like, you be ready to buy everything? Huh?
What Thug got going on?
Shit scary. Him in LA.
What the hell, Del Greg? Del Greg ain't scary now. Del Greg the real one.
He down here. Yeah,
Del Greg and Lum.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so that shit getting serious here.
Nicole.
Hey.
Man, them over so lit out here, so I can't wait till you get home, bro.
You got some gas on you, Shadow?
Mm-hmm.
Man, roll up a blunt for me, Shadow.
I'm finna do that. I don't even smoke. I'm finna do that right now, I swear to God.
Roll up a blunt for me, Shadow. Don't
Hey, roll
don't
up. You got a
hear
blunt?
that shit.
You got a blunt?
Tell them folks that blow that shit.
You got a blunt, V? You got a blunt, V? Roll up the weed. My brother said smoke one for him.
Yeah, I just smoked that shit, man. I smoked one of the motherfuckers because I've been locked up 2 years, man, on baddies. I got more baddies than a goddamn hospital, shout.
So, Your Honor, this is with Mr. Dorsey in jail talking to Mr. Sumlin. These are two co-conspirators of the defendants here. The conversation is intended to foster reassurance and cohesion with a YSL associate, or a co-conspirator rather, who is in jail, not able to know what all is going on. The most pertinent part of what we heard was, one of the more pertinent parts was Mr. Sumlin actually telling Mr. Dorsey that Onfon asks about him every day. He says it more than once, but then when Mr. Dorsey says, "Who your girl?" and then they start joking about what his girl feels about Mr. Dorsey and dreads. So that area from about 2 minutes to 4 minutes and change, where I paused and put a pin in it for the dreads part, that we wouldn't need to play. But the portion where he's talking about slimes and slat, and Mr. Dorsey is relaying to Mr. Sumlin that what he's gotten from one YSL associate, and their conversation about that knowledge, we believe is part of Mr. Sumlin, Mr. Dorsey giving Mr. Sumlin what information he has, Mr. Sumlin sort of being reassuring. They're talking about essentially, family fighting, but they go on to talk about how they rock, how they are close, nevertheless, regardless of the squabbles internally. As we go further down, skipping from where he gets off the phone and says, "Stay right here," and he sort of starts talking to someone else. From that point till he comes back on the phone saying that he is on FaceTime with Kale. Mr. Sumlin goes on to tell Mr. Dorsey that we've been beefing with Shell, Kell, and them. And Mr. Dorsey is saying, them 9 deuce ends, what Shell, Kell talking about. This is Mr. Sumlin apprising Mr. Dorsey of what's going on, even if he has some kind of, respect for the game. As he then goes on and says further down that the shit is getting serious. It's so lit out here. And we stop before they start talking about information from a girl and things that we don't feel is really pertinent. So the call between Mr. Dorsey and Mr. Sumlin, this being someone that Mr. Dorsey reaches out to commit one of the acts we've alleged in the indictment, we believe is pertinent in that it fosters the cohesion that I spoke of earlier.
All right, well, what about the portions later on that are noted on here? With Dorsey asking about what Thug has going on and talking about him being bodies on bodies.
We can take out the bodies on bodies on bodies on bodies. That part we don't need to play about Mr. Dorsey talking about himself having bodies on bodies. Him talking about Unfunk and Thug being in LA, we believe is pertinent in that it is reflecting the association between members or associates or co-conspirators. So the providing of information to Mr. Dorsey by Mr. Sumlin about Thug and Unfunk, especially where initially you hear Mr. Sumlin attempting to tell Mr. Dorsey that Unfunk asks about him every day, I believe is intended, again, to just keep him in the loop, even though he's locked up. So it is, in that way, providing reassurance and fostering cohesion.
Okay,
So there are portions that we would, of course, not want to play, dreads, your girl, bodies on bodies on bodies on bodies, rolling up a weed. Those portions we would take out and can give express timestamps for those that we would be taking out. We specifically would like to play the portions that I've just specifically spoken of to the court for the reasons that I've described or given.
Okay, so, on the sheet, it's really narrow bits of this, 428 to 440, 832 to 840, 910 to 920. But I feel like do you actually want in more than that?
Yes, because as I looked, I was literally looking at the time frame, the timestamps, and some of what I specifically asked in, I think are outside of those portions, those groupings. So I'll have to provide to the defense a more specific and better tailored timestamp.
Okay. All right. I mean, it seems like if, as you're describing it, that first portion,
Your Honor, I heard it a little differently. Just factually, what was said on the call.
go ahead.
My understanding, listening to the call, is Sumlin told Dorsey that someone was asking about.
Speak into the mic.
Mr. Sumlin told Mr. Dorsey that someone was asking about him. Mr. Dorsey says, now this Mr. Dorsey doesn't know the answer to that question, says, oh, who? Unfunk? And then Mr. Sumlin says, no, my girl, or something like that. And so, I think that Mr. Dorsey brought up Unfunk, who's Mr. Greer, but Mr. Sumlin, who's the one that's giving the information, actually said, no, that's not correct. But beyond that, Your Honor, like this call is important because it shows that Dorsey knows Sumlin, and Sumlin says that Unfunk and Jeffery are in LA at that time. First of all, I don't know how that's furthering a conspiracy.
I don't think that what Thug got going on there in LA is anything other than, yeah, what's been going on. So I don't see that part coming in.
Yes, Your Honor.
And it's just, I don't know. To me, the only thing that this call may do is show that Dorsey, well, it does do, is show that Dorsey and Sumlin know each other, and at least they've heard of or are familiar with the people that are Unfunk and Mr. Williams. I'm not sure how personally familiar, but at this point, a year into this trial, like, if that's what we're trying to prove at this point, this is supposed to be about Mr. Dorsey seeking approval from Mr. Sumlin, this count, for harming Mr. Rashawn Bennett, Mr. YFN Lucci, and I don't see how any of this on this call falls under any hearsay exceptions, and then further, I don't see how it's really relevant to anything that's alleged in this indictment. It's just, I mean, this is really just a 10-minute, 15-minute conversation of two guys talking about nothing.
Okay, well, I'm not sure I'd go that far. I think maybe, Ms. Love, if you could narrow down and give us new timestamps, and
Okay.
then maybe we just listen to the portions that you actually think should come in.
Okay.
We'll just circle back on this
Okay.
one, okay?
Thank you.
But those last two parts that are listed, one of them you withdrew and the other one is out anyway, but I think we got to get a better handle on
just the
which
specific.
parts, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Okay. The next one is labeled reference number 0, page number 1892, I think.
Right, Your Honor, page
Okay.
1892, and we're going to start at the beginning, going up to 40, about 1 minute in.
Well, what's it about? And is
Okay.
there an objection?
I'm sorry. Oh, so this is Mr. If the court is asking the state.
This is the same two people talking again, right?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, is there anything beyond what's in the summary? And who is it they're talking about that they need to take down? Or can we tell?
Head, and that is the person he is alleged to have sought the murder
Okay,
of.
so this is the one that has to do with seeking permission.
No, not from, this is the one that is count 56.
Count 56 or Act 56?
Count 56. 55. With the, where Mr. Dorsey and Mr. Sumlin are charged with conspiracy to commit the offense of murder.
Okay, which is not a, is it also an act that?
Yes, it's, all of the counts are also acts.
All right. Okay.
And the date is April the 15th.
Okay, well, is there any objection to this one? I mean, it's clearly relevant. I don't think I actually heard objection when y'all were running through the list the first time. I mean, I know you wouldn't ideally want it in, but is there any evidentiary objection to this?
Your Honor, I don't want to waste the court's time. If that is what it purports to be,
1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2.
there would not be a relevance objection. What I'm a little unclear of is, my notes are good, but they're not 100%. So obviously any character or relevant things like that that are in the call, I would be objecting to, but I would just ask if we could circle back on this one.
All right, we'll circle back on this one too. So you can re-review your notes or to make, okay. All right. 1442, 1488. This one also seems relevant, and I think the only objection I heard before was hearsay. It would, if it's what it seems to be, seems like that would come in under the co-conspirator exception.
Well, Your Honor, this is kind of the same. This is the cousin to my objections with Mr. Garlington. I'm not going to defend Mr. Sumlin in court if there's seems to be calls indicating that he is selling narcotics. It is what it is. But as far as being in furtherance of a conspiracy or involving anyone here or in any organization that the state has deemed a RICO organization, quote unquote YSL, I just don't see that. This seems to be someone with their phone tap doing individual illegal activity on their phone. So,
well, I mean, it obviously is going to be for the state to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that any of this drug dealing was in furtherance of the gang, but that they can argue it, whether they convince the jury of that or not, I don't know. Their evidence is not particularly strong that I've seen so far on this. But I'm not the decision maker with regard to that, so.
I mean, this is just a little bit different of a call because this isn't even two people. This is a drug dealer telling a drug purchaser, hey, meet me at this spot so I can sell you some drugs.
Yeah.
I just not seeing the relevance link for why we're here. If they charged Antonio Sumlin with selling drugs in 2022, I would completely get it. But that's not why we're here.
And Your Honor, this is a perfect example of one that the web has came into evidence in multiple ways through testimony. I believe it was written in Instagram messages from 2015. This is 2022. And Antonio Sumlin says, I'm going to be at the web, which is a place where drugs were sold in a common hangout. And the person on the call says, you mean Slug's old spot, who was Trontavious Stevens, who testified, was a witness in this trial, whose nickname is Tick, and also Slug. And Antonio Sumlin says, yeah, but it ain't Slug old spot anymore. So you have something from 2015, a spot that YSL members hang out and the state puts forth drugs were sold at, that has passed hands over the years. And you fast forward to 2022, the state would ask Mr. Sumlin questions about this. And if he said, I've never heard of the web, I don't know who Slug is or Trontavious Stevens is, and I definitely don't know he ever used to have some spot called the web, we would impeach him with this very brief portion. So I view this more so as a impeachment with, and again, Mr. Sumlin's going to be testifying.
Okay.
And I understand the state for the clarification. Now, I will say, if those questions are posed to Mr. Sumlin, I am going to object because I don't, and I'm not saying this was intentional, but from my recollection, Mr. Stevens was not saying that he had this place called the Web back in 2015. So I don't think that those dates are correct or have been or accurately reflect the testimony, but I understand what the state's saying about impeaching. I just don't think those dates are correct.
Okay. Well,
But I don't want Mr. Sumlin to be confronted with false dates and then deny it, and then all of a sudden we're saying,
okay. Well, I was about to say to the state, you better make sure what the facts are that have come in before you ask it in that specific of a way.
Yes, Your Honor. And Ms. Love and Ms. Hilton both said that, and Mr. Shard, the date, in my brain, I thought it was 2015 because this came into the trial.
Okay.
meeting,
Well, just
but
make
it's
sure
2022.
what it is.
So that
before you
Instagram
ask
post.
about it. Okay. Yes, sir.
Your Honor, also the second speaker, the unidentified speaker is not speaking. I would object to that being played. Any of their statements or his statements.
The other, the
Non-testifying.
purchaser.
The purchaser. Because they're not in conspiracy in a drug case. It's a buyer-seller relationship. So under Darville, D-A-R-V-I-L-L-E, they're not co-conspirators.
Right. No, they wouldn't be. I would think that would be accurate.
And Your Honor, Jones v. State, which is a 339 Georgia App 95. It's a Georgia Court of Appeals case. Pin site. It says, the court ruled that I'll find the pin site 1 second. It says the court ruled that the informant statements were admissible to provide
Slow
context.
down. There is
Sorry.
no way she can take that.
My apologies, Madam Court Reporter. I'm very sorry, genuinely. They wanted to provide context for Jones' responses to those statements, not that the informant statements were admitted to prove the truth of
Well,
the
maybe I
matter
better
asserted.
listen to it then.
Yes, Your Honor. This stands for the proposition, and again, it's three sentences. Mr. Sumlin says, I'm going to be at the web. This other individual says, what, Slug's old spot? And Antonio Sumlin says, yes, but it ain't Slug's old spot no more. So if you just had Mr. Sumlin saying, I'm gonna be at the web, yeah, but it ain't Slug's old spot no more. I mean, it's literally this mail saying 4 words.
Okay.
What, Slug's old spot? I think it gives context to Mr. Sumlin's response.
Okay, and then does that caller say anything else?
No, Your Honor. This whole entire clip is 46 seconds.
Okay, so the only thing that the purchaser says is what? Slug's old spot?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
In terms of the part that the state would be asking Mr. Sumlin, and if necessary, impeach
Okay.
him with this portion.
All right, I mean, I would think that would be okay to come in to provide context. And that's 339 Georgia app 95 is that what you said?
Yes, Your Honor. It's 339 Georgia app 95. It's a case where they played a jail call with an informant, and they objected because, again, the other person on the line who wasn't the defendant in this case wasn't testifying. And I read this case to basically hold for, in certain contexts, like this is a perfect example. If you're playing a recording and you need to have the context, you're not offering the other person's words for the truth of the matter asserted. Like the state's not offering this mail was that Slug's old spot for the truth. It's because Antonio Sumlin responds, yes, but it's not Slug's spot anymore. And again, Mr. Sumlin will be testifying.
Okay. All right, our next one is 2712, page 2752. Who is he talking to? Who is someone talking to?
Your Honor, I don't have the notes for. I don't have a note for who Mr. Sumlin's talking with this. I will try to find that out. I don't know who the other called party is on this call.
Okay, do you allege it to be an unindicted co-conspirator?
Nature of this, so
The context?
the context, I think this is one that very much we need to play
Okay.
to adequately address arguments on related to it.
And would you intend this one to come in regardless or just for impeachment?
Yes, Your Honor. I believe this would one that would
Come in.
probably both, but yes, if for some reason the state wasn't able to ask the right questions to get this in as impeachment, it's both.
Okay.
Yo, gang. Yo, I miss you, bitch. I hear.
I been dog.
I know. I know. Listen, man. I just got a phone with the boy Woody, right?
Yeah.
Woody just caught me down the road, right? So boom, they did jump on me. They did that, but he was like, they tried to put him on the door and all that. But he said the game task force came and talked to him and all that shit. So he thug right hand man. And long story short, he basing on some, bro, that YSL shit over with, bro. Nigga got to start a whole new name. Like, that's how he coming at me. Like, bro, that shit so fucking hot right now, bro. He like, bro, you gonna go to jail, bro. niggas going to jail, bro. Them folks trying to lock nigga ass up, boy. This shit, see, niggas in jail no more than us, cause we on the street. And
Yeah.
we freelancing. They know, cause them folks putting up on them folks. You feel what
Yeah,
I'm
for
saying?
sure. Yeah,
Man,
you're right.
bro, nigga really got to backstage this shit for a little bit, like really not even like not I'm not giving up on game, period. It's just like it's so much going on, this shit, bro. Like, bro, it's so much going on, bro. Like, yeah, it's a lot going on with that shit, boy.
Yeah, niggas got five at. That's how.
They got to kind of fall back because there's so much going on. Like, I talked to Woody. He called me because he was like, bro, like, he was like, Vay, bro, about 3 niggas done push up on me, talking about your name, talking about, boy, I'm on the Vay, Woody, them folks pushing up on Woody, them folks trying to get some straining down there about Saudi, you feel me? Because I heard you got jumped on, and I sent word down there, like, bro, y'all niggas eat anything that's up, you feel me?
Yeah.
Them folks pushing up on Woody, so Woody finally called like, Vay, boy, you hell, boy, he like, boy, I'm proud of you, boy, I'm like, what? He was like, boy, hey, man, you standing on business, you feel me? So I go and tell him about you. I'm like, man, I'm standing on business too, you feel me? He was like, oh, yeah, shout the one. I'm like, yeah, that's my man, you feel me?
Yeah.
Hell yeah, though, but I was just telling him how niggas put up, niggas ain't outside for real. He was like, man, he say, babe, bro, I know that, bro. He like, bro, niggas ain't, everybody ain't like that, bro. You give me the rundown, like, you know, Woody one of the niggas who I really just sit down and listen to. Shout really smart.
Yeah.
Shout very intelligent, like, and he knowing something like, he like, bro, that shit hot right now. They just chill, bro. Like, just chill, bro. Like, I know he's basically like, bad y'all nigga want to go do something, but you can't right now. He said it's impossible. He said it's impossible. He said, yeah, they gonna end up in jail. He said because they watching. When you think they ain't watching, he said they own nigga ass, bro.
Yeah.
So
You're
you
right.
gotta chill, bro. Just tell Gang or tell Rose them to chill. You feel me? Tell Chad them to chill for a little bit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They tell nigga backstage, bro. Like just chill and just lay low. You feel me? Until it's time. You know what I'm saying? It's time for everything.
Yeah, nigga might need lay low. Lead about end of June. I'm finna say beginning of June, but shit, June about 30 days away.
Yeah, June about 30, about a good 30 days. We'll be all right. About a good, about 2 months. I give it 2 months because when it
that's why I said. I said I was finna say June, but June just 30 days.
No, listen. I'm still coming around Gang, though. I ain't just.
Me too.
I'm just finna. I'm finna go listen. I'm finna stop
Niggas
at
just gotta move. Niggas just gotta move better, bro. And start posting just like miscellaneous stuff.
Nigga gotta stop posting that YSL shit. Nigga can't post no YSL and
shit like that.
Yeah, but nigga know what's up. Everybody know what's up. I'm finna stop right here and grab this food stamp card, and I'm finna ride to my house. Then I'm gonna pull up on your spot, bro. I'm pull up on you today, bro.
All right, say no more.
All right, bro.
If you come straight here, bring my ID.
I'm bringing your ID today. That's why I told you I'm finna go to the house and get your ID and come straight to you.
All right.
All right. I mean, that seems pretty clearly to be 801 D2E. So let's move on to the next one. You can.
Thinking through this, we have an unidentified person saying to, this is my understanding, and if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Unidentified person saying to Sumlin what Mr. Copeland supposedly told him. Is that not correct?
No, I don't think so. Isn't it? Is it the unidentified person that says what Woody said, or is it someone that says what Woody said? But regardless.
So, Your Honor, it is the individual, we think possibly it's somebody that goes by the name Bayboy because of what's said in this call, but to answer the court's question, he says the male that Antonio Sumlin's speaking with says, I just got off the phone with Woody, who's Mr. Copeland.
All right. Okay.
So my understanding of 801 D2E is the declarant needs to be a member of the conspiracy.
I can't hear you. I mean, I can hear you, but I don't know if everybody can hear you.
My understanding of 801 D2E is the declarant, not necessarily the receiver, but the declarant needs to be a member of the conspiracy.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, I had their two voices mixed up, I guess. I thought it was someone saying, hey, here's all this stuff I know, and the caller, or I mean the other person that was just basically for a lot of the time saying, and then finally talking at the end. But I guess that was the flip. Right?
Your Honor, I apologize. Somebody was speaking, I was speaking with co-counsel when you said that, Your Honor, so I did not hear the court. I apologize.
Okay, so it's the caller who says, hey, here's, all this stuff that Woody just told me. And who is then saying, well, I mean, it seems like they're kind of both saying that, but who is saying, we have to chill on this YSL stuff for a while and
So,
stop posting? And
Your Honor, they both reference that. So it depends on what comment. So for example, and I can play this part again, but there is a YSL member who goes by the name Bay Boy. And so I'll find the time hack, but in this call references who he is, but there's case law and a principle too of an unindicted co-conspirator, because this male says, I'm still with the gang, right?
Yeah.
And he's talking to Copeland, and Garlington's wiretap. We're not playing all of these. He has a plethora of calls with Copeland in the jail, and Copeland does get jumped on in the jail. And this creates an issue, and the prison gang task force goes and talks to Copeland. And so you have both Garlington and this is Sumlin speaking about this. And clearly they're saying we need to fall back. We need to stop posting this YSL stuff. And Obama, what he does say is he says, we got to fall back. And then Sumlin says, he says right after this guy goes into a conversation about they're watching, and he says right. And so they both say it. And this person he's speaking with is, pretty much overtly saying, I'm still with the gang, but I'm gonna fall back.
yeah, I mean, it seems to me like whether we know who this other person is or not, it seems clear from what they're saying that they're co-conspirators.
And I understand the concept of context and picking up on the context. I'll just let the court know my stance. I've never heard of this baby boy or whatever we're saying, and there's no such person mentioned in this very voluminous discovery, and it's just difficult for me, I guess, to accept that we have thousands and thousands of documents, and then the state can say, well, we think it's this person that goes by a nickname that's not mentioned in any of these documents, and we believe they're a co-conspirator. I understand the context, but my objection is under 801 D2E, the state has not established a foundation that the declarant is a co-conspirator.
Okay, and you're saying there are other calls that establish that from the same caller?
Establish which part, Your Honor?
The co-conspirator status of the unknown call.
No, Your Honor.
Unknown other participant in the call.
The state's position is very rarely do you have a call and that if you never knew the identity of this person from just the contents of this brief portion, I think it's quite clear he's speaking with Kenneth Copeland, who there's been evidence and testimony about, is a YSL member in prison, who's also speaking with Demekion Garland, because we have two wiretaps going on at the same time. And sometimes they speak with each other.
Another call.
Long story short, he's saying
further
I'm still with the gang.
substantiated
We got to stop
that
posting this
there was
YSL
some
stuff.
kind
So
of
if you never knew
connection.
his name,
He lied
or his
just now to the
identity,
judge. Did anyone
I
pick
still
up on that?
believe he's an unindicted co-conspirator.
Did anyone catch that?
Okay. All right. So then our next one is 2805, page 2846.
So, Judge, this is co-conspirator statement, the portion of the call that's summarized in, I believe, what the court has before it, that document. I think it accurately sums up the portions that So from 00 to 5:05, this is the subject that they're talking about.
Are there objections?
On behalf of Mr. Stillwell, to the extent that this call is direct evidence of count, I think it's 56. We acknowledge the relevance. We would just ask that no extraneous information or discussion be played in front of the jury.
Okay, so keep it, I mean, you know the
We have it.
timestamp, so. I mean, I haven't listened to it, but if you think that there's this extraneous stuff within that 5 minutes and 5 seconds, bring it to my attention or talk with the other side and come to agreement. Okay. All right, so then I think our next one might be the last one for here. Is that right? 2980, page 3022. Or did I skip one? Which one did I skip? Oh, I thought y'all weren't gonna pursue that one anymore.
I'm sorry.
Correct, Your Honor. It is 2980 or 3022 is the last one on the
Okay.
Excel spreadsheet, Your Honor. This is a very brief call that the state would like to play.
All right.
Big, yo. I hope these. Yeah. What you at the web? Yeah. I don't know about that. I need no powder clip. That nigga Toot just pulled out. He got one. He the only one I know got a powder. I don't know nobody else got no powder. I got 2 extra mad for him. I'm gonna tell him when he could pull back out. He just pulled out. All right. All right.
Your Honor, the state believes that this other called party is a rock crew YSL member that goes by the name Jimmy Reeves. And so he says, are you up at the web, which is the same location we had mentioned a couple calls before. I got 2 extra mags for him. I believe he's talking about magazines with bullets in them. And those 27-second clips. And then he mentions Tunk, who I believe he's talking about Mr. Sledge. But it's that brief. This would be one where we would ask him some questions about, I believe it's 2 YSL members talking about getting extra magazines to bring to the web, a location that they hang out or frequent and sell narcotics. But I also see this in the category of questions we would ask Mr. Sumlin on the stand.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I don't think that would just come in otherwise. I don't think that saying, hey, I think I've got 2 extra mags is, establishes a conspiracy or that these two are co-conspirators.
I understand, Your Honor. I thought he said, and I think we were asking a question on this. I thought he said, I got 2 extra mags for him, as in for another YSL member. But nonetheless, this is something that we,
Regardless, there can be people that provide ammunition to people who aren't co-conspirators. I mean, I don't think this one meets the requirements.
understood, Your Honor.
So impeachment, if that becomes appropriate, but not otherwise.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
Your Honor, this might not be the time, but I just don't see they're already talking about laying a foundation for a prior inconsistent statement or potentially, but I don't even see the relevance of someone calling Mr. Sumlin. Mr. Sumlin says, Toomp just left. And then someone, I'm being told it's Jimmy Reeves. Again, Jimmy Reeves is a name that's new to me. And so not exactly a central figure in any of these stories, but apparently wanting to sell gun components to to anyone, but Mr. Sumlin says, oh, Mr. Sledge just left. I just don't see the relevance of any of this to what we're talking about in this trial. So I appreciate the court's ruling about it only potentially coming in as a prior inconsistent statement, but if they start asking questions about something irrelevant, I'm going to, or what I
Okay.
deem irrelevant, I think
Okay.
relevance objections.
Okay.
Your Honor, the state's understanding of this clip is 3 YSL members discussing bringing magazines. I don't believe they're bringing empty magazines. I guess they could, from firearms, to a location that YSL members frequent and sell narcotics out of that also has firearms. So I think, because he's saying, I'm bringing it for him, I believe he's talking about Mr. Sledge. So you have 2 YSL members saying, hey, I'm going to come to the trap house to bring an extra 2 magazines for a 3rd YSL gang member.
Okay.
I think it's certainly relevant. I understand the court's position on not in furtherance of the conspiracy, but I think it satisfies 401.
Okay. It wasn't that it wasn't in furtherance of the conspiracy. It was that I don't think it's established that whoever this unknown caller is a co-conspirator.
Understood, Your Honor. That would, I'll proffer to the court that the APD gang detectives are familiar with Mr. Jimmy Reeves, who is a YSL member. There's nothing in the contents of this call that you would know that.
Okay. All right. All right, well, that takes care of those, except for the couple we need to circle back on. So and those were the 2 we just mentioned, and then also remember 2158. And then, of course, 2119, when we have Mr. Harvey with us again. Yes.
Regarding the Sumlin wiretap, I've been trying to take notes and I realized, could you just review your ruling or restate your ruling for 2442? I just don't have a ruling noted for that.
That's in.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep. All right. Can we make progress on something else for maybe another 30 minutes? Yes. Let's all take a restroom break. Well, everybody that wants one. We'll be in recess for 10 minutes.
Another 6 months, maybe, of this case. Another 6 months. It could be longer, but I doubt seriously there will be less.
Miss Love or it may have been Miss Fulton, y'all, when I first got in this case, gave us this order of proof and exhibits, which has it, I mean, we can talk about it tomorrow, but y'all given a couple of, I feel like, different updates to this since then.
We have.
Can you have for everybody to use first thing in the morning, whatever
Yes.
you believe your latest and greatest to be?
Yes.
Okay. And then also, y'all had done kind of a partial list that had not only the witness, but the evidence that, the specific evidence that was going to come through. And I said, oh, don't get that detailed right now. Just focus on a broad one. But if y'all know it for other people by now, and, it's in a form that can be put together pretty quickly, that might help us as well.
Yes, and we do have the Dropbox folders as well that have the exhibits, certain
Okay.
specific
All right.
exhibits.
So when we go through those, that's everything then. So.
No.
I believe that has generally the evidence that we're going to be bringing into each.
Okay. All right. So this is still a pretty good thing to follow.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Is there an update to it or no?
We'll
Okay.
provide
All right,
everyone tomorrow
great.
morning. with
Okay,
an update.
because that'll help us. And then okay, well, I guess that's what we need then. It's just whatever the most up-to-date one is. So we will have whatever discussions we're going to have about that tomorrow and streamlining and what's necessary and what's not. And then potentially move to the exhibits that are already in and where everybody is on that.
Okay.
Okay. And so that'll probably be hopefully a shorter day tomorrow. And then Friday we can talk about it tomorrow, but Friday we'll be back at 9 for all the stuff for Mr. Ryan, and then circling back to finish up all the things that y'all wanted to get back with on both of those sets of wiretaps. And then where would we move from there? Just to the rest of I think we were on the witness, where were we, 60 through 106 or whatever?
Your Honor, but the defense has gone through it, so I assume that I might be wrong, that the objections that we went through this morning, they had went through all of those folders, so they presented their objections in that joint motion that we went through earlier, is what I assume.
Oh, that was the rest of the evidence?
I assume they went through all
That would
of.
be fantastic.
So I think that would be a question for the defense, but my
Okay.
understanding,
Well,
they
let's
had
ask the
went through
defense.
all of it.
Okay, so the joint motion that y'all had agreement to, or, things that were not yet agreed to that we went through this morning, does that cover all of the evidence that y'all know about that's been presented as, here's something we're gonna present?
Somewhat, yes.
Okay.
The state was still, and they may have sent it over today, but signifying what jail calls and what parts of body cameras. And I did not look at that if it
Okay.
did come. I think it came today.
And my apologies. That was the last groups, the videos or media. We sent over the timestamps. I think they need to review that to see if there's an
That
issue.
got sent today?
That got sent early this morning. Yes,
Okay.
Your Honor.
All right, well, hopefully then, by Friday, y'all will have looked. And let me just say, in terms of scheduling tomorrow, that it is going to be a shorter day because I have a couple of conflicts, and I may leave y'all here to work on both getting together on the exhibit list, but we can't push it off forever, because at some point we have to figure that out. But I may give you all the afternoon to kind of stick around and work on the videos and the jail calls. Okay. And then that way, Friday, we can discuss them. Okay?
We could also, if it's okay with the court, just go through and make sure we didn't miss anything in the 60 through 100
Sure.
and
Yeah,
something.
we can do that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Well, thanks everybody for your hard work today. And I will see y'all all at 9 tomorrow. Who's here? Hmm? Just so y'all are clear, we're not really in session tomorrow. It's just basically going to be one big sort of meeting, but not court, not motions, just discussion. So y'all can have the day off.